Welcome back, fellow seekers of the shadows. You've tuned into Stories of Crime, the place where the veil between the mundane and the monstrous is brutally ripped away. Tonight, we aren't just reading a report. We are opening a file, marked top priority, tucked away in the darkest corner of the archives. We're going to step across that chalk line and peer into the void, where human nature meets its most terrifying extremes. In this hour, the street lights flicker, the shadows deepen, and the truth is often far more chilling than any fiction you could invent. Forget the heroes. Tonight, we focus on the villains. On the motives that curdle the blood, and the consequences that echo forever. So, dim the lights. Lock your doors. Take a deep, steadying breath, because once the story begins, there's no turning back. This is Stories of Crime. And the case we're unfolding tonight is Project Cyclops. Look, the one-eyed giant's advantage. Welcome, intrepid explorer of the mind, to Project Cyclops. This isn't just another audiobook, it's an invitation, a challenge, and ultimately, a profound transformation. You've embarked on a journey that will fundamentally reshape your relationship with attention, focus, and your most precious, non-renewable resource, your time. In this very first chapter, look, the one-eyed giant's advantage, our mission is simple yet potent, to seize your attention, much like a powerful magnet draws iron filings, by illuminating the immense, often underestimated power of singular, unyielding focus. We aim to starkly contrast this ancient, elemental force with the seductive, yet ultimately debilitating, modern myth of multitasking, a myth that has held countless minds captive, promising efficiency while delivering only fragmentation. For far too long, our society has celebrated the individual who juggles 10 tasks simultaneously, the one who proudly declares, "I'm a great multitasker." We see them as heroes of productivity, masters of their domain, effortlessly navigating a chaotic world. Yet, if we pull back the curtain on this performance, what do we often find? Not the serene, laser-focused individual making profound strides, but rather a weary soul, perpetually feeling overwhelmed, constantly sprinting on a treadmill that leads nowhere fast. They are busy, yes, undeniably busy, but are they truly effective? Are they deeply engaging with their work, their relationships, or even their own thoughts? Or are they merely skimming the surface, chasing the fleeting high of constant stimulation, mistaking frenetic activity for genuine progress? This pervasive culture of digital distraction and glorification of scattered attention has subtly, insidiously, eroded our capacity for deep thought, sustained effort, and meaningful creation. It's time to reclaim that lost power, to dismantle the fallacy of multitasking, and to rediscover the profound advantage of focusing with the intensity of a single, unwavering gaze. This journey begins right here, with understanding the profound disservice we do ourselves by allowing our attention to be perpetually divided. Now, let's begin with a moment of honest introspection, shall we? I want you to consider your typical day, from the moment your eyes flutter open to the soft glow of your phone screen, to the final notification that lulls you into an uneasy sleep. Ask yourself, truly, deeply ask, how many times in a single hour do you find yourself drawn away from your primary task by the siren call of a notification, a new email ping, or the tempting lure of another tab promising fleeting distraction? Think about your digital landscape right now. How many browser tabs do you currently have open on your computer? 4. 7. Perhaps an astounding 20 or more. And what about your smartphone? How frequently does it vibrate or chime, pulling your gaze away from the person speaking to you, the book you're trying to read, or the critical report you're attempting to finalize? Do you ever feel an almost uncontrollable urge to check for updates, even when you know there's no urgent reason to do so, a restless itch that demands immediate scratching? This constant, almost unconscious pattern of shifting attention, of context switching with dizzying speed, is not an accident. It's a deeply ingrained habit, reinforced by the very architecture of our digital world, and it exacts a far heavier toll than most of us realize. Let me paint a picture for you, a real-world scenario that might resonate. Imagine Sarah, a marketing manager, sits down at her desk at 9 a.m., determined to finalize the budget proposal for an upcoming campaign. This is a high-stakes document, requiring meticulous attention to detail and strategic foresight. She opens the spreadsheet, takes a deep breath, and just as she starts to delve into the complex figures, her email client pings. A new message from a colleague. Just a quick question about Friday's meeting, it reads. She clicks, replies quickly, and just as she navigates back to the budget. Picture that single, massive eye, unwavering, unblinking, focused with an intensity that transcends all peripheral distractions. This eye sees only one thing, intensely, deeply, relentlessly, without the slightest flicker of diversion. It is the embodiment of singular purpose, of immense power derived from an unwavering gaze. Contrast this with our human tendency, with our two eyes constantly darting, scanning, seeking multiple stimuli, perpetually scattered. The Cyclops, in our context, represents the profound strength that emerges when all your mental and emotional resources are channeled into a single point of focus, creating a formidable force of attention that can cut through complexity and achieve remarkable feats. This metaphor is not just poetic, it's a blueprint for a new way of engaging with your work, your life, and your very self. Consider the legendary figure of Archimedes, the ancient Greek mathematician, physicist, engineer, and inventor. His story is replete with tales of profound, almost obsessive, focus. One popular anecdote recounts him being so engrossed in a geometric problem that he was oblivious to the Roman siege of Syracuse, drawing diagrams in the sand even as the city fell around him. When a Roman soldier confronted him, demanding he move, Archimedes famously replied, "Do not disturb my circles." His singular, Unyielding focus on the problem at hand allowed him to ignore immediate, life-threatening distractions, albeit to his ultimate peril. But the core lesson remains, that level of absorption, that complete immersion in a single task, led to groundbreaking discoveries and inventions that shaped human understanding for centuries. In a more contemporary setting, think of renowned concert pianists like Martha Argerich or Lang Lang. When they perform, their focus is absolute. Every fiber of their being, every neural pathway, is dedicated to the music. They don't check their phone during a crescendo, they don't wonder what's for dinner during a complex arpeggio. The world outside the music simply ceases to exist for them in those moments. This isn't merely talent, it's a cultivated capacity for singular concentration that allows them to produce art of transcendent beauty and complexity. Their performance isn't just about playing notes, it's about channeling an entire lifetime of practice and emotion through the lens of unwavering focus. From a psychological standpoint, this singular focus, this Cyclops advantage, is the gateway to what psychologists call flow states or deep work. A flow state, as defined by Mihaly Csikszentmihalyi, is that optimal state of consciousness where you feel your best and perform your best. It's characterized by intense, focused concentration on the present moment, a merging of action and awareness, a loss of self-consciousness, and a distorted sense of time. When you are in flow, you are fully immersed in an activity, and that immersion brings a feeling of energized focus, full involvement, and enjoyment in the process of the activity. It's where breakthroughs happen, where true creativity blossoms, and where complex problems are elegantly solved. Deep work, a term popularized by Cal Newport, refers to professional activities performed in a state of distraction-free concentration that push your cognitive capabilities to their limit. These efforts create new value, improve your skill, and are hard to replicate. The brain, when allowed to concentrate without interruption, enters a different mode of operation. It strengthens neural connections related to the task at hand, literally making you smarter and more efficient at that specific skill. This process allows for more profound pattern recognition, more creative problem solving, and a deeper assimilation of information. It's the difference between skimming a book and truly absorbing its wisdom, between merely typing words and crafting compelling prose, between idly tinkering with an idea and bringing it to fruition. Singular focus isn't just about getting more done, it's about doing higher quality work. Experian. His income increased, but more importantly, his peace of mind returned. He transformed from a scattered, reactive designer to a laser-focused artist, harnessing the power of singular attention to thrive. This transformation wasn't magical, it was the direct result of applying deliberate, structured techniques to cultivate a powerful, undivided focus. Psychologically, this promised transformation is rooted in the remarkable neuroplasticity of the human brain. Your brain is not a static organ, it is constantly rewiring itself based on your experiences and habits. Every time you choose to focus deeply, you strengthen the neural pathways associated with that concentration. Every time you resist a distraction, you weaken the pathways of impulsive attention switching. This is the essence of habit formation and skill acquisition. Sustained focus isn't a genetic lottery, it's a learnable, trainable skill. By consistently engaging in the deliberate practices we will outline, you are literally reshaping your brain, building stronger focus muscles and pruning away the distraction weeds. Moreover, this process dramatically boosts your self-efficacy, your belief in your own ability to succeed in specific situations. As you begin to experience tangible results from your newfound focus, your confidence in your capacity for sustained attention will grow, creating a virtuous cycle. You'll move from a state of feeling overwhelmed and powerless against digital currents to one of empowered agency, knowing that you possess the internal resources to direct your attention precisely where it needs to be. This isn't just about completing tasks, it's about reclaiming ownership of your mind, cultivating mental resilience, and unlocking your full potential for creativity, problem solving, and meaningful engagement with the world. The transformation is real, measurable, and profoundly liberating. Your practical application step for this promise is simple, yet profound, a commitment. As you listen to the remaining chapters of Project Cyclops, view this entire audiobook not as passive entertainment, but as an active, immersive training program. This is your personal mental dojo. Make a conscious decision to set aside dedicated, uninterrupted time to engage with the material. Turn off notifications, put your phone on airplane mode, close unnecessary tabs. Treat these 281 minutes as an investment in your mental capital, your future productivity, and your inner peace. Approach each exercise and concept with an open mind and a willingness to apply it immediately. The power of this project lies not just in understanding the principles, but in the deliberate, consistent application of the techniques. By committing to this focused engagement, you are already taking the first powerful step towards embodying the one-eyed giant's advantage, signaling to your brain that this journey is serious, intentional, and profoundly transformative. Let this be more than just listening, let it be doing, experiencing, and ultimately, becoming. In summary, we began this journey by confronting the ubiquitous challenge of modern distraction, the insidious myth of multitasking that has left us feeling busy but unfulfilled, fragmented and exhausted. We asked you to look inward, to acknowledge the constant pull of digital interruptions, and to understand the psychological cost of perpetually divided attention, the context switching, the attention residue, the dopamine-driven addiction to novelty. We then introduced the powerful, inspiring metaphor of the Cyclops, not as a brute, but as the ultimate symbol of singular, unwavering focus, a beacon of immense power derived from an undivided gaze. We explored how this focused approach opens the door to states of deep work and flow, leading to higher quality output, profound creativity, and a genuine sense of accomplishment. And finally, we've laid out a powerful promise, that within the concise and deliberate time frame of 281 minutes, Project Cyclops will guide you through a complete mental transformation, from SC. Introduction, My Journey to Project Cyclops. Welcome, my friend, to Chapter 2, My Journey to Project Cyclops. This isn't just another chapter in a book, it's an intimate invitation, a stepping stone into a world of profound transformation that I've personally walked through, a journey I'm eager to share with you. If you've ever felt caught in the relentless whirlwind of modern life, constantly juggling tasks, perpetually feeling behind, or simply craving a deeper sense of focus and calm, then you are precisely where you need to be. This particular chapter is less about the mechanics of Project Cyclops right now, and more about its very genesis, its beating heart, the human story that underpins every strategy and technique we will explore together. It's about establishing a deep, humanized connection, because the truth is, Project Cyclops didn't emerge from a sterile whiteboard session or an abstract theoretical framework. It was forged in the crucible of my own profound struggle, born from a desperate need to reclaim my life from the clutches of chronic multitasking and the insidious burnout it inevitably brought. It's an origin story, if you will, that I believe will resonate deeply with many of you, paving the way for a more authentic and impactful learning experience. Because before we can truly embrace a new path, don't we often need to understand the journey that led someone else to discover it? So, let's cast our minds back, not to a distant past, but to a time that feels both intimately familiar and yet a million miles away from where I stand today. Imagine a younger, intensely ambitious version of myself, brimming with ideas, eager to prove capabilities in a fast-paced, high-stakes professional environment. The digital age was truly hitting its stride, and with it came the incessant drumbeat of constant connectivity, the relentless ping of notifications from every conceivable platform, the glorification of always-on availability. My inbox was a hydra-headed beast, spawning new demands faster than I could ever hope to tame them. My calendar was a dizzying tapestry of back-to-back meetings, each one seemingly requiring a complete mental context switch. My desk, often cluttered with half-finished reports, proposal drafts, and a stack of books I desperately wanted to read but rarely found the uninterrupted time for, mirrored the chaotic landscape of my own mind. I remember a period, stretching across what felt like years, where my days began not with a sense of hopeful anticipation, but with a low hum of anxiety in my gut. From the moment my alarm reluctantly pulled me from a fitful sleep, my brain would immediately spin into overdrive, mentally listing the dozens of tasks that lay ahead, each clamoring for attention. Breakfast, if I even managed one, was often consumed while scrolling through urgent emails on my phone. My commute, rather than being a moment of transition or mindfulness, was an opportunity to dictate notes, return calls, or hastily review presentations. Once at my desk, the torrent truly began. I would jump from responding to a client query, to making revisions on a financial model, to drafting a strategic document, to participating in a virtual team meeting, all within the span of an hour. Each jump came with an invisible, yet incredibly real, cognitive cost. My brain felt like a constantly overheating engine, revving to maximum capacity, only to be forced into a jarring gear change every few minutes. I believed, mistakenly, that this frenetic pace was the hallmark of productivity, a badge of honor in the modern corporate gladiatorial arena. I wore my exhaustion like a medal, often boasting about how many emails I'd cleared at midnight, or how many projects I was simultaneously overseeing. My colleagues, many of them caught in the same dizzying dance, would nod in understanding, perhaps even admiration. The prevailing culture implicitly, and sometimes explicitly, encouraged this relentless context switching, this misguided notion that the more plates you spun, the more valuable you were. Was I truly being efficient? Or was I merely performing the illusion of efficiency, chasing a phantom of productivity while my true capacity dwindled? The symptoms of this chronic multitasking began subtly, then escalated into an alarming crescendo. Initially, it was just a pervasive sense of fatigue that sleep couldn't quite alleviate. Then came the brain fog, a frustrating inability to recall simple facts or articulate complex thoughts with the clarity I once possessed. My short-term memory became notoriously unreliable. I'd walk into a room and instantly forget why, or spend precious minutes searching for a document I'd literally just been holding. My patience wore thin, both with myself and with those around me. Minor setbacks at work would trigger disproportionate frustration, and at home, I found myself increasingly irritable, snapping at loved ones over trivial matters. The joy I once derived from my work, from creative problem solving and meaningful collaboration, slowly began to erode, replaced by a sense of dread and obligation. The breaking point arrived, as it often does, with a stark, undeniable force. I was working on a critical presentation for a major stakeholder, a project that had consumed weeks of my life. The deadline was imminent, mere hours away. I sat at my computer, staring at the blank slide, my mind utterly, completely frozen. It wasn't writer's block, it was a total mental shutdown. My thoughts were a tangled mess, incoherent and fragmented. Panic began to set in, cold and sharp. My heart raced, my breathing became shallow. It felt as if a circuit breaker in my brain had tripped, leaving me stranded in a void of mental incapacitation. I remember the sensation of absolute helplessness, a visceral fear that I had finally pushed myself beyond recovery. That night, after somehow managing to cobble together a passable, though certainly not my best, presentation, I couldn't sleep. The anxiety was a physical presence, a tight band around my chest. The next morning, I woke up feeling dizzy, lightheaded, and acutely unwell. A visit to the doctor confirmed my worst fears: severe exhaustion, dangerously high blood pressure, and a clear warning that my current lifestyle was unsustainable, flirting dangerously with chronic stress-related illnesses. That was the stark, undeniable moment of truth. My body, and my mind, had finally screamed for a halt, and I was forced to listen. This wasn't just about feeling tired, it was about the very real erosion of my health, my well-being, and my potential. Why does sharing this vulnerable, personal story matter? From a psychological perspective, it's about connection and validation. Many of you listening right now have likely experienced similar symptoms, perhaps even the same crushing feeling of burnout, the same incessant internal pressure to do more, be more, faster. By sharing my journey, my aim is to validate your experiences, to let you know that you are not alone in feeling overwhelmed, fragmented, or simply exhausted by the R. It struck me then, the greatest achievements, the deepest insights, the most profound experiences, whether in art, science, or personal growth, all stemmed from an unwavering, concentrated attention on one thing, and one thing only, at a time. This wasn't just about doing less, it was about doing more, with more intention, more quality, and ultimately, more fulfillment. Project Cyclops, therefore, began as a personal experiment. I started small, allocating dedicated blocks of time, not just to specific tasks, but to single tasks, with a fierce commitment to eliminating all other potential distractions. This meant turning off notifications, closing irrelevant browser tabs, putting my phone in another room, and even letting colleagues know I was unavailable during these sacred focus periods. The initial days were incredibly difficult. My mind, accustomed to flitting from one stimulus to another, rebelled. The urge to check my email was almost physical. My inner critic whispered doubts, questioned the efficiency of this slow approach. But I persisted, driven by the memory of burnout and the glimmer of a more peaceful, productive way. And then, gradually, a profound shift began to occur. The quality of my work improved dramatically. Errors decreased. My ability to grasp complex problems deepened. I started completing tasks, not just starting them. The pervasive anxiety began to recede, replaced by a quiet sense of control and accomplishment. I found myself entering those elusive flow states more frequently, where hours would melt away, and I would emerge feeling energized, not drained. Beyond work, my personal life also transformed. When I was with my loved ones, I was truly present. When I was engaging in hobbies, I found a renewed sense of joy and immersion. Project Cyclops wasn't just a productivity hack, it was a pathway to reclaiming my attention, my time, and ultimately, my very sense of self. It changed my life fundamentally, shifting me from a perpetually overwhelmed, reactive individual to someone who could consciously direct their focus, wield their attention with purpose, and experience a deeper, more meaningful engagement with life. I completed projects that had languished for months, wrote articles with a clarity I hadn't possessed in years, and even started dedicating consistent, uninterrupted time to learning a new language, something I had always dreamed of but never managed to sustain. The difference was palpable, profound, and permanent. From a psychological perspective, understanding the core philosophy of Project Cyclops and how it changed my life is crucial because it speaks to the fundamental human need for agency and meaning. The power of single tasking, or deep work as some call it, is not merely about getting things done, it's about reclaiming cognitive control. When we engage in deep, focused work, our brains form stronger neural connections, enhancing our memory, our learning capacity, and our creative problem-solving abilities. It allows us to enter that coveted flow state, where our skills are perfectly matched with the challenge, and we become utterly absorbed in the task at hand. This state is not only highly productive but also intrinsically rewarding, a source of genuine happiness and fulfillment. Think about those moments in your own life when you've been completely engrossed in something, a hobby, a complex puzzle, a challenging conversation, where time seemed to disappear, and you emerged feeling refreshed, not fatigued. That's the power of focused attention. Project Cyclops is countercultural in many ways. It challenges the prevailing narrative that busyness equals importance, and that constant connectivity is a virtue. It asks us to slow down, to be deliberate, to choose intention over reaction. This can feel daunting, even frightening, in a world that constantly bombards us with stimuli and demands our immediate attention. But it's precisely this countercultural stance that makes it so liberating and so profoundly effective. By restoring our agency over our attention, we reg. It can be a simple mental promise. I commit to fully engaging with the Project Cyclops method. I commit to listening, reflecting, applying, and giving myself the patience and space to learn this vital skill. Perhaps you might even choose a dedicated time and a quiet space each day or week to listen to this audiobook and practice the exercises. Create an environment that signals to your mind that this learning, this transformation, is important. Understand that challenges will arise, and when they do, they are not a sign of failure, but simply part of the learning curve. Embrace them as opportunities to refine your approach, to deepen your understanding, and to strengthen your resolve. You are not alone on this path. I am here to guide you every step of the way. To summarize our journey through this chapter, we've explored the very human origins of Project Cyclops, born from my own harrowing experience with severe burnout caused by chronic multitasking. We delved into the psychological toll of fragmented attention, validating your own potential struggles and laying bare the myth of multitasking. We then uncovered the core philosophy of Project Cyclops, the transformative power of singular focus, and how it allowed me to reclaim my life, my health, and my purpose. Finally, we've set clear, realistic expectations for the journey ahead, emphasizing the importance of your commitment and active engagement. In our next chapter, we will dive deeper into the foundational principles of Project Cyclops, beginning to unpack the core concepts that underpin this method. You'll discover the scientific basis behind why singular focus is not just a preference, but a biological imperative for optimal performance and well-being. Get ready to challenge some deeply ingrained beliefs and prepare your mind for a new way of working, a new way of living. Your journey to unwavering focus, to deeper presence, and to a more fulfilled life, truly begins now. Chapter 1: The Myth of the Multitasking Monster. Welcome to Project Cyclops, a journey designed to sharpen your focus, amplify your productivity, and ultimately, reclaim your attention from the relentless demands of the modern world. In this first foundational chapter, we embark on a crucial mission, to thoroughly dismantle the pervasive illusion that doing multiple things at once leads to higher productivity or success. We're going to confront what I like to call the multitasking monster, a formidable creature that often appears to be our ally, promising efficiency and speed, but in reality, subtly drains our energy, diminishes our output, and erodes our capacity for deep, meaningful work. For too long, our culture has celebrated the ability to juggle numerous tasks simultaneously as a badge of honor, a sign of intelligence, or a mark of extraordinary capability. We see people proudly declaring themselves master multitaskers, answering emails while on calls, drafting reports during meetings, or scrolling social media while trying to engage with family. But I want you to pause for a moment and genuinely ask yourself, does this frenetic pace truly lead to better outcomes? Does it genuinely make you feel more accomplished, more effective, or more present? Or does it, more often than not, leave you feeling scattered, perpetually behind, and utterly exhausted, with a lingering sense that you've been busy without truly achieving anything substantial? The truth, as we will explore together, is that this perceived efficiency is nothing more than a carefully crafted mirage. The multitasking monster is not a benevolent helper, it's a cunning trickster that thrives on our busyness, creating an illusion of progress while secretly sabotaging our true potential. It's a fundamental misunderstanding of how our cognitive machinery actually functions. Our brains, magnificent as they are not built for parallel processing of complex, attention-demanding tasks. They are designed for sequential focus, for dedicating their remarkable power to one thing at a time, allowing for depth, nuance, and true mastery. When we attempt to multitask, we're not actually doing two things at once. We're rapidly switching our attention back and forth between them, incurring a significant cognitive cost with each jump. This is what science refers to as context switching, and its effects are far more detrimental than most of us realize. Let me paint a picture for you. Imagine, if you will, Sarah, a marketing professional. Sarah prides herself on her ability to handle multiple campaigns, client requests, and internal meetings all at once. Her desk is a testament to this, adorned with multiple screens, each displaying different applications. Throughout her day, she's constantly toggling. One moment she's drafting a critical campaign strategy, the next she's responding to an urgent client email, then she's approving a social media post, all while keeping an eye on her messaging app for her team's latest updates. From an outside perspective, Sarah appears incredibly busy, undeniably productive, a true powerhouse. Yet, at the end of each day, Sarah feels utterly drained. She often finds herself rereading emails she's already responded to, discovering glaring errors in documents she thought were finalized, and realizing she's forgotten crucial details from conversations she was attending while simultaneously working on something else. She rarely feels the satisfaction of completing a single task to its absolute best, instead experiencing a constant state of mild anxiety and a persistent feeling of being overwhelmed. This isn't productivity, this is an elaborate dance of cognitive whiplash, where the brain is constantly expending energy just to reorient itself, never truly settling into the deep work required for excellence. The psychological analysis behind Sarah's experience, and indeed, our own, is quite profound. Our prefrontal cortex, the part of the brain responsible for executive functions like planning, decision-making, and focused attention, is a limited resource. When we rapidly switch between tasks, remember, the goal here is not perfection, but conscious effort and consistent practice. Our next crucial step in conquering the multitasking monster is to identify and write down your 3 worst multitasking habits. This isn't about judgment, it's about observation and self-awareness. We cannot change what we do not acknowledge. Take a moment, perhaps after this chapter, to really reflect on your day-to-day activities. When do you habitually try to do multiple things at once? When do you find yourself defaulting to fragmentation? Consider Mark, a project manager who believes he's maximizing his time by holding internal team meetings while simultaneously checking his phone for urgent client messages and jotting down notes for a completely unrelated project. He tells himself he's being efficient, keeping all plates spinning. However, his team members often notice his distracted gaze, the subtle hesitation before he responds to a direct question, or his occasional need to ask them to repeat themselves. Later, when he reviews his notes from the meeting, they're fragmented, lacking context, and often mixed with thoughts about the unrelated project. He missed subtle cues, vital contributions from his team, and the nuanced understanding that comes from being fully present. His multitasking actually led to less effective meetings, more follow-up questions, and a decrease in his team's sense of being truly heard and valued. Mark's 3 worst habits might be: 1. Checking phone during meetings. 2. Taking notes for other projects during ongoing discussions. 3. Eating lunch while trying to complete urgent tasks. Why does this matter psychologically? Our brains are incredibly adept at forming habits, both good and bad. Multitasking often becomes a deeply ingrained habit, a default mode of operation, precisely because it provides a fleeting sense of urgency and accomplishment, a rapid succession of small dopamine hits from checking off many tasks. It feels productive, even when it isn't. Moreover, in our hyper-connected world, there's a subtle societal pressure to always be on, always responsive, always juggling. We fear missing out, we fear appearing slow, or we equate busyness with importance. This fear drives us to engage in these detrimental habits without even consciously realizing the long-term cost to our cognitive health and the quality of our output. Identifying these habits, bringing them from the unconscious realm into conscious awareness, is the critical first step towards breaking free from their grip. It's like shining a spotlight on the hidden corners of your mind where the multitasking monster quietly resides. So, for your practical application, I urge you to grab a pen and paper, or open a digital note-taking app, and dedicate the next 5 minutes, or whenever you can comfortably do so, to this task. Think about your last few days. When did you feel most scattered? What activities do you typically pair together that genuinely don't belong? Do you check social media while watching TV? Do you respond to emails while on a call? Do you plan your grocery list while trying to listen to a podcast? Write down the top 3 instances where you habitually engage in multitasking that you suspect is actively detracting from your focus and performance. Be specific. Instead of checking phone, write checking Instagram while talking to my partner or browsing news during my morning stand-up meeting. The more precise you are, the clearer the picture becomes, and the easier it will be to address these specific patterns later on. This is not an exercise in self-criticism, but rather one of objective observation. These habits are simply data points, signposts pointing us towards areas where we can cultivate greater focus. Now that we've begun to understand the illusion and identify our personal manifestations of the multitasking monster, let's begin to build the antidote. For our third key point, I want you to commit to doing only one mundane task today with absolute, undivided presence. This might sound surprisingly simple. We've peered behind the deceptive veil of the multitasking monster, understanding that its allure of efficiency is a cunning illusion. We've explored the very real and significant cognitive costs of context switching, learning how it drains our mental energy, degrades the quality of our work, and keeps us in a state of perpetual, unproductive busyness. We've committed to the vital practice of self-awareness by identifying our 3 most insidious multitasking habits, bringing them into the light so we can begin to consciously dismantle them. And, perhaps most importantly, we've initiated the powerful practice of single tasking, starting with mundane activities, to recultivate our ability for sustained, undivided presence. This seemingly small act is a foundational brick in building your Cyclops focus. The journey ahead in Project Cyclops is about cultivating this single-eyed focus, transforming it from a fleeting effort into a deeply ingrained habit. We will learn how to strategically guard our attention, how to design our environments for optimal concentration, and how to harness the incredible power of single-minded dedication. As you move forward from this chapter, carry with you the understanding that true productivity isn't about doing more things, it's about doing the right things, with an unwavering, singular focus. In the next chapter, we will delve into the critical art of environment design, exploring how to consciously shape our physical and digital surroundings to become powerful allies in our quest for unwavering focus, rather than relentless sources of distraction. Chapter 2: Designing Your Cave. Welcome back to Project Cyclops. In our previous chapter, we laid the groundwork, understanding the imperative of deep work in an increasingly shallow world. We explored why dedicating uninterrupted focus to high-leverage tasks isn't just a productivity hack, but a fundamental skill for thriving in the modern age. Now, with that foundational understanding firmly in place, it's time to build the fortress around that intention. We're moving from the why to the where and the how, specifically, how we design our environment to foster and protect our most valuable asset, our attention. This chapter, Chapter 2, is titled Designing Your Cave. And it's not just a poetic metaphor, it's a strategic blueprint. Think of it this way: for millennia, humans have sought refuge in caves, not merely for shelter from the elements, but for a sanctuary, a place where they could focus on survival, on planning, on crafting tools, far from the chaotic distractions of the wild. Today, our wild isn't filled with saber-toothed tigers, but rather with an endless barrage of digital notifications, visual clutter, and mental noise. Our modern cave, therefore, must be designed not just for physical comfort, but for cognitive clarity. The core concept we're diving into today is guiding you, the listener, on how to create both physical and digital environments that are built exclusively, uncompromisingly, for deep work. This isn't about mere tidiness, it's about crafting a habitat that actively promotes focus, minimizes cognitive load, and reduces the friction involved in entering and sustaining a state of deep concentration. It's about being deliberate, rather than reactive, with the spaces that shape your thinking. Have you ever considered the profound impact your immediate surroundings have on your ability to think, create, and solve complex problems? It's not just about comfort, it's about cues, about conditioning, about minimizing the brain's energy expenditure on processing irrelevant stimuli. We're going to break this down into three crucial elements. First, auditing your current workspace for visual clutter and audio triggers. Second, implementing an absolute zero notification rule for all smart devices during work hours. And third, creating a dedicated physical zone or ritual solely reserved for your highest leverage tasks. Each of these pillars is designed to construct your personal sanctuary of focus, transforming your working life. Let's begin with our first pillar, auditing your current workspace for visual clutter and audio triggers. Imagine, if you will, a woman named Sarah. Sarah was a freelance graphic designer, incredibly talented, but perpetually overwhelmed. Her home office, a corner nook in her living room, was a testament to creative chaos. It housed stacks of design magazines, half-eaten snack wrappers, a tangle of charging cables, post-it notes adhering to every available surface with half-formed ideas, and a collection of trinkets that had accumulated over years. Her desk was barely visible beneath an archaeological dig of sketches, client briefs, and coffee mugs. Acoustically, her environment was no better. Her apartment overlooked a bustling street, sirens were a regular symphony, and the constant hum of her refrigerator was always present. Furthermore, her roommate often listened to podcasts loudly in the adjacent kitchen. Sarah found herself constantly jumping between projects, struggling to meet deadlines, and feeling an pervasive sense of mental fatigue, even after a full day's work. She attributed it to her workload, to her clients' demanding nature, but deep down, she knew something else was at play. One afternoon, in a moment of exasperation, she stumbled upon an article about environmental psychology and its impact on productivity. The idea of her physical space actively draining her mental energy resonated deeply. She decided to conduct an audit, a radical decluttering inspired by the Project Cyclops principles. She started with her desk. Every item was removed. Each post-it note was either acted upon immediately. It can lead to feelings of stress, anxiety, and a diminished sense of control. This isn't just anecdotal. Research in environmental psychology consistently shows a link between disorganized spaces and increased levels of cortisol, the stress hormone. When your brain is constantly processing potential threats or tasks represented by clutter, it remains in a state of low-level alert, making it difficult to relax into deep, creative thought. Auditory distractions are equally insidious, perhaps even more so because they are often less visible and thus harder to consciously mitigate. Sudden noises, even low-level background chatter, force your brain to switch context, however briefly. This attention residue means that even after the distraction has passed, a part of your mind is still processing the interruption, making it harder to re-engage fully with your deep work task. Imagine trying to build an intricate sandcastle with waves constantly lapping at your feet, threatening to wash away your progress. That's what incessant auditory triggers do to your focus. Even seemingly innocuous background music with lyrics, or the low thrum of office chatter, can hijack your prefrontal cortex, the part of your brain responsible for executive functions like planning and problem solving. This is why silence, or at least a consistent, non-intrusive sound like white noise, is often a prerequisite for true deep work. Now, let's translate this understanding into practical application steps for you. How can you, starting today, audit and optimize your own workspace? Step 1. The Radical Desk Detox. This is perhaps the simplest yet most impactful starting point. Clear everything off your desk. And I mean everything. Now, pick up each item, one by one, and ask yourself, does this absolutely need to be here for my current deep work tasks? If the answer is no, find a permanent home for it elsewhere, or discard it. Adopt what's often called the one-touch rule. When something enters your workspace, handle it immediately. Don't let papers pile up, don't leave dishes, don't stack books you might read later. Your desk should be a minimalist launchpad for focus, not a landing strip for forgotten objects. Consider storing non-essential but frequently used items in drawers or on shelves, out of sight, out of mind. The goal is visual serenity. Step 2. Conquering the cables. The tangle of wires behind your monitor or under your desk is a silent visual assault. It screams disorganization and complexity, even if you rarely see it directly. Invest in simple cable management solutions, cable ties, sleeves, or even a small cable box. Tidy cables don't just look better, they make your workspace feel more professional, more controlled, and signal to your brain that this is a space for serious work. Step 3. Digital decluttering. Your physical desktop is only half the battle. Your digital desktop can be an even greater source of visual clutter and cognitive drain. Are your computer and phone screens filled with dozens of app icons, scattered files, and old screenshots? Take an hour to organize them. Create folders, delete unnecessary files, and streamline your digital environment. A clean digital desktop, like a clean physical one, reduces the micro-decisions your brain has to make and minimizes visual friction. Close unnecessary browser tabs. Consider a fresh, simple desktop background, not one with a busy pattern or family photos that might trigger emotional processing unrelated to your work. Step 4. The Sound Sanctuary. Identify your primary sources of auditory distraction. Is it street noise? Noisy neighbors? Chatty colleagues? The hum of appliances? Once identified, take proactive steps. Noise-canceling headphones are a powerful, immediate solution for many. For persistent, unavoidable sounds, consider ambient noise generators or white noise apps. These don't eliminate sound, but they create a consistent, non-intrusive auditory environment that allows your brain to habituate and filter out variations, much like a steady rain allows for focus. They tap into our primal reward systems, releasing a tiny hit of dopamine each time we check them, satisfying our curiosity and our need for social connection or information. This creates a powerful, unconscious loop, ping equals dopamine hit, which reinforces the checking behavior. Over time, we become conditioned to seek out these pings, even when they detract from our larger goals. We develop a fear of missing out, or FOMO, which keeps us tethered to our devices. This constant stimulation rewires our brains for distraction, making it harder and harder to sustain attention even when we genuinely try. We become habituated to a state of perpetual partial attention, where true deep focus feels increasingly alien and difficult to achieve. The myth of multitasking is also shattered by this understanding. Our brains don't actually multitask, they rapidly switch between tasks, incurring that cognitive switching cost with each jump. When you're trying to write a report while keeping an eye on your email inbox, you're not doing both well, you're doing both poorly and taking longer to do either. Zero notifications allow your brain to settle into a single cognitive groove, building momentum, and truly leveraging its capacity for sustained, deep concentration. It's about creating an uninterrupted mental runway for your most important work. Now for the practical application steps to implement your zero notification rule. This requires discipline, but the payoff is immense. Step 1. Declare a deep work zone for your devices. This is not just a mental declaration, it's a physical one. Before you begin your deep work session, turn off all notifications on your smartphone, tablet, computer, and smartwatch. And I mean all of them: visual banners, sounds, and vibrations. For your phone, consider putting it in Do Not Disturb mode, or even better, physically move it out of your immediate workspace. Put it in a drawer, in another room, or even in a lockbox if you struggle with the temptation. The goal is to make accessing it inconvenient, thereby breaking the impulsive checking habit. Step 2. Close all communication tabs and applications. This includes email clients, instant messaging apps like Slack or Teams, and social media platforms. Unless your deep work is responding to emails, which is rarely true deep work, these applications are immediate attention hijackers. Close them completely. Resist the urge to have them open just in case. Establish specific, predefined times for checking and responding to communications. For example, you might check emails for 30 minutes at 11 a.m. and again at 4 p.m. This batching strategy significantly reduces context switching and ensures your deep work blocks remain pristine. Step 3. Communicate your new protocol. This is crucial if you work in a team or have family members who expect immediate responses. Inform your colleagues, clients, and family that you will be unreachable for specific periods of deep work, and that you will respond to messages during designated communication windows. Most people, once they understand the rationale behind it, improved focus and higher quality output, will respect your boundaries. For emergencies, establish a specific, rarely used channel, like a single phone number for true crises, but emphasize that it is for genuine emergencies only. This manages expectations and prevents anxiety about truly missing something critical. Step 4. Embrace offline functionality. Many deep work tasks can be performed entirely offline. Writing, coding, complex problem solving, even reading research papers. Disconnecting from the internet during these blocks, if possible, is another powerful way to eliminate potential digital distractions. You're not just turning off notifications, you're cutting off the very source of many of them. Step 5. Practice digital sundown for enhanced sleep. While this extends beyond work hours, the zero notification rule has benefits beyond your immediate productivity. Extending the principle to a digital sundown, turning off all notification. Now, let's explore the practical application steps for creating your own dedicated deep work zone or ritual. Step 1. Define your high-leverage tasks. What are the tasks that truly move the needle in your professional or personal life? What requires your most intense, uninterrupted intellectual effort? This could be writing, strategic planning, complex coding, deep analysis, creative ideation, or learning a new skill. Be specific. This dedicated zone is not for emails, meetings, or administrative tasks, however important they may feel. It's for the work that delivers disproportionate value. Step 2. Identify or create your deep work zone. This doesn't necessarily mean building a new room. It could be a specific desk in a quiet corner of your home that you use only for deep work. A rarely used spare room. A specific chair in your home, perhaps facing away from windows or common areas. A local library or a quiet co-working space you only visit for deep work. Even a specific time of day in a shared space, if you consistently ensure others respect your need for solitude during that period. The key is exclusivity. This space must be largely free from the distractions and associations of your shallow work or leisure activities. It's a sanctuary, a sacred space for your most important cognitive efforts. Step 3. Design for minimal distraction. Once you've identified your zone, optimize it for focus. Ensure it is visually clean, acoustically managed as discussed earlier, and equipped only with what you absolutely need for your deep work. This might mean having a bare desk, a comfortable chair, and your necessary tools: laptop, notebook, pen. Remove anything that could trigger shallow work or leisure activities. No entertainment devices, no piles of unrelated books, no snacks unless specifically part of a focus-enhancing routine. Step 4. Develop a pre-work ritual. This is the bridge that transports your mind from scattered attention to focused intent. Your ritual should be consistent and signal to your brain that deep work is about to begin. Examples include making a specific type of tea or coffee that you only drink before deep work, putting on a particular playlist of instrumental music or ambient sound, taking 5 minutes to meditate or practice mindful breathing, reviewing your deep work task list for that session, journaling briefly about your intention. The ritual doesn't need to be elaborate, but it must be consistent. It's a deliberate act of transitioning, preparing your mental state for the intensity ahead. Step 5. Uphold the boundaries. This is where many people falter. Once your deep work zone and ritual are established, you must fiercely protect them. Do not check emails in your deep work chair. Do not scroll social media in your deep work room. If you find yourself drifting, gently guide yourself back to the purpose of the space. Every time you respect the boundaries of your deep work zone, you strengthen the neural pathways and conditioning. Every time you violate them, you weaken the association. Be disciplined, be consistent, and your brain will learn to associate that space and ritual with effortless focus. In summary, designing your cave is not a luxury, it's a strategic necessity for thriving in a world that constantly vies for your attention. We've explored how auditing your physical and digital environments for clutter and noise can free up invaluable cognitive resources. We've seen the profound benefits of implementing a zero notification rule, reclaiming your attention from the dopamine-driven tyranny of constant pings. And we've learned how to create a dedicated, sacred zone and ritual that conditions your brain for immediate, powerful deep work. By meticulously crafting your physical and digital surroundings, you are not simply tidying up, you are building a fortified sanctuary for your most valuable resource, your ability to focus, to create, to innovate. You are deliberately shaping your external world to optimize your internal state. This intentional design reduces. Chapter 3, The Cyclops Vision. Welcome, my friend, to Chapter 3 of Project Cyclops, The Cyclops Vision. In our previous discussions, we've laid the groundwork, understanding the fundamental need for singular focus in a world saturated with distractions. Now, we delve into the practical, actionable methodology that will allow you to cultivate that focus, not just occasionally, but every single day. This chapter is about sharpening your gaze, much like the mythical Cyclops, to pinpoint the one thing that truly matters amidst the noise. Our core concept today is deceptively simple yet profoundly powerful: learning the methodology of defining your single most important task, or your SMIT, for every single day. What does that mean, exactly? It means waking up with absolute clarity, knowing with unwavering certainty the one objective, the one task, that if completed, will make the most significant impact on your goals, your projects, or your overall progress. It's about cutting through the fog of endless to-do lists and the relentless demands of modern life to identify that single, luminous point of focus. Why is this so crucial? Think about your typical day. Does it often feel like you're constantly reacting? A flurry of emails, unexpected calls, urgent requests, minor crises, a never-ending stream of demands that pull you in a dozen different directions. At the end of such a day, despite feeling incredibly busy, do you sometimes have that gnawing sensation that you haven't actually moved the needle on what truly matters? You're not alone. This is the common experience of countless individuals caught in the current of perpetual busyness. The SMIT methodology is your anchor in that current, your compass through the storm. It's about intentionality over reactivity, about strategic action over frantic motion. We're going to break this down into 3 key pillars. First, we'll explore the isolation technique, learning to brutally separate what feels urgent from what is genuinely important. Second, we'll master the art of writing down that one specific task, the linchpin, that makes everything else on your to-do list easier or even entirely irrelevant. And finally, we'll discuss how to make a binding commitment to complete your SMIT before noon every single day, leveraging your peak productivity hours for maximum impact. Let's begin with our first pillar, learning the isolation technique to brutally separate the urgent from the truly important. Have you ever found yourself in a situation where your day is completely consumed by tasks that screamed for your immediate attention, only to realize by evening that the truly significant work, the kind that propels you forward in your career or personal goals, remained untouched? This is the tyranny of the urgent, a subtle but insidious trap that many of us fall into. The isolation technique is your escape route. Let me tell you about Sarah. Sarah was a marketing manager at a fast-paced tech startup. Her inbox was a relentless torrent, each new email a siren call demanding her attention. Her phone buzzed constantly with team messages, and her calendar was perpetually peppered with impromptu meetings. Every morning, she'd arrive at her desk with a mental list of important strategic initiatives, developing the Q3 content calendar, analyzing conversion metrics for the last campaign, brainstorming new lead generation ideas. But invariably, her mornings, and often her entire day, would be hijacked by urgent matters, a quick edit needed on a social media post, an immediate response to a customer query, resolving a minor technical glitch on the website, or attending a last-minute status update meeting that didn't really require her presence. She felt perpetually busy, undeniably productive in a superficial sense, but deeply frustrated by her lack of progress on the truly impactful projects. She was running on a hamster wheel, expending tremendous energy but getting nowhere fast. One day, her mentor, an old hand in the industry known for his calm demeanor and consistent strategic wins, observed her struggle. He sat her down and introduced her to the isolation technique. He instructed her to take a blank sheet of paper, or open a fresh document, and perform a complete brain dump of everything she felt she needed to do, absolutely everything, no matter how small or large. Then, he told her to go through each item and ask herself a brutal question: is this truly important for my long-term strategic goals, or is it just screaming for my attention right now? Sarah, initially skeptical, started listing. Respond to marketing query, draft social media post for product launch, review campaign analytics, update budget spreadsheet, schedule team meeting, develop Q3 content strategy. As she looked at the list, she mentally sorted them. Responding to the query, drafting the post, updating the spreadsheet, these felt urgent, like little fires that needed putting out. But developing the Q3 content strategy, reviewing campaign analytics, these were the tasks that would genuinely move the needle, setting the direction for future success and informing critical decisions. Yet, they were the ones consistently pushed to the back burner. This exercise forced Sarah to confront the reality of her choices. She realized that many of the urgent items could be delegated, automated, or simply delayed without catastrophic consequences. The social media post, for instance, could be handled by a junior team member after a quick template review. The budget spreadsheet update, while necessary, didn't need to happen first thing in the morning. By isolating the truly important items from the merely urgent, she began to see a clear path. So, why does this isolation technique matter so much from a psychological perspective? Our brains are, in many ways, wired for immediate gratification and threat response. An email notification, a buzzing phone, these are perceived by our ancient limbic system as immediate demands, requiring our attention. Completing a small, urgent task, like sending off a quick email, gives us a little hit of dopamine. It feels like an accomplishment, a tick mark on a mental checklist. This creates a false sense of productivity, making us believe we're being effective when, in reality, we might just be spinning our wheels on low-impact activities. The real challenge is that truly important tasks are often complex, require deep thought, and don't offer instant gratification. They often lack a screaming deadline, making them easy to defer in favor of the more clamorous, but less significant, demands. This leads to what psychologists call decision fatigue. When we are constantly bombarded with decisions about what to do next, our mental energy gets depleted, making it harder to make good choices about prioritizing the truly important work. By consciously and brutally separating the urgent from the important, we reduce this cognitive load, freeing up mental bandwidth for what truly matters. We are essentially giving our conscious, rational brain the reins back from our reactive, impulse-driven brain. It's an act of deliberate control over your focus. Now, how do you apply this practically? First, perform a thorough brain dump. Take 10 to 15 minutes, ideally first thing in the morning or the evening before, to write down absolutely everything that is occupying your mental space. This isn't just a work-to-do list, it's a complete inventory. Include professional tasks, personal errands, calls you need to make, emails you need to send, even vague worries. Get it all out of your head and onto a physical or digital page. The act of externalizing these thoughts instantly reduces mental clutter. Second, engage in the urgent versus important filtering. Go through each item on your brain dump list. For every single item, ask yourself two key questions. Is this genuinely time-sensitive, requiring my attention? By narrowing down to one SMIT, we allow ourselves to engage in deep work, a state of focused concentration that produces high-quality results. This deep work is where true innovation, problem-solving, and significant progress happen. The concept of the lead domino is powerful. Imagine a line of dominoes. You don't need to push every single one. You just need to push the first, most impactful one, and the rest will fall into place. Your SMIT is that lead domino. Identifying it reduces the mental burden of a sprawling to-do list. Instead of feeling overwhelmed by 15 things, you feel empowered by the clarity of one. This clarity also serves as a potent antidote to procrastination. A vague, enormous task like work on project is daunting. A specific, singular SMIT like complete Section 2.1 of the Market Analysis Report, detailing Q4 growth projections is actionable. It has a clear starting point and a clear end point, making it far easier to begin and much more satisfying to complete. The psychology of completion plays a huge role here. Finishing one significant, high-impact task provides a strong sense of accomplishment, a positive feedback loop that fuels further productivity and motivation for the rest of your day. You've earned that momentum. So, how do you practically identify and define your SMIT? First, from your list of truly important tasks that you identified using the isolation technique, ask yourself this pivotal question: if I could only accomplish one thing today that would move me furthest towards my goals, or make everything else on my list significantly easier, or even irrelevant, what would that single thing be? Be honest with yourself. This isn't about what's easiest, or what you want to do, but what will have the greatest leverage. Second, define your SMIT with extreme specificity. Vague tasks are hard to start and even harder to finish. Don't write work on client presentation. Instead, create the first 5 slides for the Q2 client presentation, focusing on the revenue growth metrics. Or not exercise, but complete 30-minute high-intensity interval training session. The more specific, the better. It should be a concrete, measurable action that you can clearly delineate as done. Third, ensure it is singular. This is critical. Your SMIT cannot be write blog post and create social media images. Those are 2 distinct tasks. If your chosen SMIT feels too large or complex to be completed in a focused block of time, break it down further until it becomes a single, manageable, impactful task. Perhaps the SMIT becomes outline the structure and key arguments for the blog post. The goal is one defined outcome. Fourth, write it down prominently. Whether it's on a sticky note stuck to your monitor, a specific section of your digital task manager, or a dedicated line in your notebook, make your SMIT visible and inescapable. This constant reminder reinforces your commitment and helps to fend off distractions. When you feel yourself being pulled in another direction, that written SMIT is your visual anchor, drawing you back to your true priority. Now, for our third and final pillar, making a binding commitment to complete the SMIT before noon every day. Identifying your SMIT is powerful. But without commitment and strategic execution, it remains just another good idea. The real magic happens when you commit to tackling your SMIT during your prime productivity hours. For most people, this means before noon. Let me introduce you to Jessica. Jessica was a talented freelance graphic designer who prided herself on her creativity and responsiveness to clients. However, her mornings often started rather chaotically. She'd wake up, check emails, scroll through social media for inspiration, maybe respond to a few quick client messages, grab another coffee, and generally ease into her day. Her truly important design tasks, concepting a new logo, laying out a complex brochure, revising a website design, would often get pushed to the afternoon. By then, her creative energy would be waning, CLI. This is about establishing a ritual of focused work that is protected from the chaos of the outside world. Third, treat your SMIT like a non-negotiable appointment. Would you skip a scheduled meeting with your biggest client or your boss without a truly compelling reason? Probably not. You wouldn't just get around to it whenever you felt like it. Apply the same level of reverence and commitment to your SMIT. It is your most important appointment of the day. Show up for it, give it your full attention, and see it through to completion. Fourth, consider a small, intentional reward optional but often effective. Once your SMIT is completed, take a brief moment to acknowledge your accomplishment. This could be a short walk, a special cup of coffee, listening to a favorite song, or a 5-minute stretch break. This small reward reinforces the positive habit and provides a moment of mental decompression before you transition to the rest of your day. It's a way of celebrating your early win and conditioning yourself to repeat the behavior. In summary, the Cyclops vision isn't about doing more, or even just working harder. It's about working smarter, with surgical precision. It's about clarity, focus, and brutal prioritization. By implementing the isolation technique, you'll cut through the noise to identify what truly matters. By defining your single most important task with specificity, you'll focus your energy on the lead domino that creates the greatest leverage. And by committing to complete your SMIT before noon, you'll harness your peak productivity, build unstoppable momentum, and reclaim control of your day. This methodology is your personal operating system for profound productivity. It transforms reactive busyness into intentional, meaningful progress. It allows you to become the architect of your day, rather than merely a passenger swept along by its demands. You are cultivating a powerful mental discipline that will serve you not just in your work, but in every area of your life. This is the heart of Project Cyclops, a singular, powerful vision, executed with unwavering commitment, one truly important task at a time. As you integrate this practice into your daily routine, you'll find that the overwhelm dissipates, replaced by a profound sense of calm and control. You'll gain clarity on your true priorities, allowing you to say no to distractions with confidence and yes to what truly propels you forward. In our next chapter, we will delve deeper into the art of sustained focus and how to protect your SMIT from the inevitable disruptions and temptations that will try to pull you off course. Get ready to fortify your Cyclops vision. Chapter 4, Forging the Spear. Welcome, my friends, to Chapter 4 of Project Cyclops, a pivotal stage in our journey towards unparalleled mental clarity and strategic execution. In the previous chapters, we laid the groundwork, understanding the landscape of our mental capacities and clearing away the initial debris of distraction. Now, we move beyond mere recognition and into the realm of active construction, of deliberate creation. This chapter is aptly titled Forging the Spear, because here, we will craft the very instrument that will pierce through the fog of complexity and drive us towards our most ambitious objectives: unwavering, sustained focus. What does it truly mean to forge a spear of focus? It means cultivating an internal environment where your attention, rather than flickering like a candle in a gale, burns with the steady intensity of a laser. It means building the mental stamina required to maintain long periods of uninterrupted concentration, to dive deep into intricate problems without surfacing prematurely, to sustain creative output for hours on end. This isn't about brute force, it's about intelligent training, about understanding the neurobiology of attention and leveraging it to your advantage. Many believe that focus is a finite resource, something you either have or you don't. But I am here to tell you, with absolute conviction, that focus is a skill, a muscle that can be strengthened, honed, and extended far beyond what you might currently imagine. Imagine the profound impact on your work, your relationships, your personal growth, if you could consistently direct your mental energy with surgical precision. Think of the projects that would be completed, the insights that would emerge, the feeling of profound accomplishment that comes from deep, undistracted work. This is the promise of forging your spear. It's about taking command of your most precious resource, your attention, transforming it from a fickle servant into a loyal, potent ally. Let's delve into the specific techniques that will help us build this formidable mental stamina, methods designed not just for temporary boosts, but for enduring, transformative change. We will explore 3 cornerstones today: practicing progressive focus intervals, utilizing simple, tactical breath work to regain your center, and tracking your focus duration to gamify your journey of expanding attention. Each of these components is crucial, and together, they form a powerful, synergistic system for cultivating the sustained focus necessary to excel in any endeavor, particularly as we navigate the complexities of Project Cyclops. Remember, this isn't just about getting more done, it's about doing it with greater depth, insight, and ultimately, greater satisfaction. Our first technique for building mental stamina involves practicing progressive focus intervals, starting strictly at 20 minutes. Why 20 minutes, you ask? Because it's a duration that is long enough to demand genuine effort, to push past the initial waves of distraction, yet short enough to feel achievable, to prevent immediate overwhelm. Think of it as the foundational weight in your mental gym. You wouldn't start by trying to bench press 100 kilograms, you begin with a weight you can manage and progressively increase it. The same principle applies to your attention span. Trying to force yourself into a 2-hour focus block when your current capacity is 10 minutes is a recipe for frustration and eventual abandonment. Instead, we build endurance systematically. Let me share a story. Consider a young architect named Anya, a brilliant mind bubbling with creative concepts, yet perpetually frustrated by her inability to translate them into sustained design work. She'd sit down at her drafting table, brimming with inspiration for a new sustainable housing project, envisioning flowing lines and innovative materials. She'd sketch furiously for a few minutes, her pen dancing across the paper, but then an internal twitch, a subtle itch in her mind, would start. Within 10, sometimes 15 minutes, her mind would innovate. When the timer finally chimed, she would allow herself a brief, 5-minute break, a true mental reset where she could stretch, grab a drink, or simply stare out the window. Then, she'd repeat the process, choosing another specific task. Slowly, almost imperceptibly at first, something shifted. Those 20 minutes started to feel less like a struggle and more like a focused dive into her work. The mental itch still came, but she learned to acknowledge it without giving in, knowing relief was just a few minutes away. After a week, she found herself occasionally ignoring the timer, pushing to 25, then 30 minutes, simply because she was deeply immersed and didn't want to break her flow. She had begun to forge her spear. The feeling of accomplishment after a full hour of deep work, broken only by planned, restorative intervals, was exhilarating. Anya's projects began to take shape with unprecedented speed and depth. Her designs became more cohesive, more thoroughly considered, precisely because she was now capable of sustained, uninterrupted engagement with them. She wasn't just working, she was sculpting her ideas with focused intent, her attention a powerful, steady beam. Psychologically, this progressive interval training works on several profound levels. Firstly, it leverages the principle of neuroplasticity, the brain's remarkable ability to reorganize itself by forming new neural connections throughout life. Our brains are incredibly adaptable, and just like any muscle, they respond to consistent, targeted exercise by growing stronger and more efficient. When you repeatedly engage in focused activity, you strengthen the neural pathways associated with attention and inhibit those associated with distraction. You are literally rewiring your brain for better focus, creating more robust neural networks for concentration. Secondly, it helps to overcome what psychologists call the novelty bias or the orientation response. Our brains are wired to seek out new information and respond to novel stimuli, a survival mechanism that, in the modern world, often translates into an insatiable urge to check notifications, switch tasks, or simply let our minds wander from the current demanding mental effort. By imposing a strict, albeit short, initial focus interval, you teach your brain that the immediate gratification of novelty can be delayed for the greater, more profound reward of sustained accomplishment. You're creating new, more beneficial reward pathways. Thirdly, the structured breaks are not just passive pauses, they are crucial for consolidation of learning and preventing mental fatigue. They allow your prefrontal cortex, the part of your brain responsible for executive functions like planning, decision-making, and self-control, to rest and recharge. This makes it more effective and resilient for the next focus block. This isn't about grinding yourself down through sheer willpower, it's about smart, sustainable training that respects your brain's natural rhythms. By starting small and building up, you avoid the frustration, exhaustion, and burnout that often accompany attempts to force long periods of focus too soon. You are building confidence in your capacity to concentrate, proving to yourself, 20 minutes at a time, that you can sustain attention. This growing confidence, in itself, becomes a powerful motivator, creating a positive feedback loop that encourages further practice and greater endurance. It's an investment in your brain's long-term health, performance, and its capacity for complex problem solving. It's a fundamental shift in how you approach mental exertion. Now, for the practical application steps for you, the listener, to integrate progressive focus intervals into your daily routine. Step 1. Identify your prime focus time. When are you naturally most alert, most energized, and least prone to distraction? For some, it's early morning, before the world truly wakes up. For others, it's late at night when external demands have quieted. Schedule your first 20-minute interval during. Dr. Aris employs a subtle, almost imperceptible technique. He takes a slow, deep breath, feeling it fill his lungs, expanding his diaphragm, then exhales just as slowly, silently counting to 4 on the inhale, holding for 2, and counting to 6 on the exhale. He repeats this specific cycle just twice, allowing the rhythmic, deliberate control of his breath to gently yet firmly re-establish his connection to the present moment and the task at hand. The extraneous thought, though not entirely vanished, loses its emotional grip, its power to distract significantly diminished. The emotional charge dissipates. His mind, previously on the verge of splintering into external concerns, coalesces once more around the critical, life-altering procedure. His hands resume their steady work, his gaze sharp, his focus restored with a calm intensity. This isn't some esoteric meditative practice reserved for remote mountain tops, it's a practical, real-time tool for mental recalibration, a micro-intervention that prevents a momentary lapse from becoming a catastrophic error. Dr. Aris didn't need to leave the operating room, he simply needed to tap into the innate power of his own breath to recenter himself, demonstrating the profound agility of a well-forged spear. From a psychological and physiological standpoint, breath work is incredibly potent. When our minds wander, especially towards stressful, anxious, or emotionally charged thoughts, our sympathetic nervous system, often called the fight or flight system, tends to activate. Our heart rate might subtly increase, our muscles might tense, our breathing becomes shallower and faster, and our cognitive resources become diverted towards perceived threats or unresolved issues, rather than the task at hand. This is an evolutionary response, but it's detrimental to deep focus. Tactical breath work, particularly slow, deep, diaphragmatic breathing, directly engages and activates the parasympathetic nervous system, commonly known as the rest and digest system. It sends a clear, unmistakable signal to your brain that you are safe, that there is no immediate danger, and that you can relax and focus. Specifically, deep, controlled breathing stimulates the vagus nerve, a major cranial nerve that plays a crucial role in regulating mood, heart rate, digestion, and the body's inflammatory response. An activated vagus nerve promotes a sense of calm, reduces physiological arousal, and enhances mental clarity. This isn't just a feeling, it's a measurable physiological shift. Your heart rate variability improves, your cortisol stress hormone levels decrease, and your brainwave patterns shift towards states more conducive to sustained attention, such as alpha waves. Furthermore, by consciously directing your attention to your breath, a primary, undeniable present moment experience, you are actively disengaging from the distracting thought or emotion. You are breaking the negative thought loop, interrupting the chain of associations that would otherwise pull you further and further away from your work. It's a mindful act of redirection, an exercise in metacognition, thinking about your thinking, that brings you back into the driver's seat of your own mind. It's an immediate, on-demand reset button for your brain, always available, always effective, once you've practiced and ingrained it. It is your most accessible tool for regaining command. So, how do you practically apply this tactical breath work? Step 1. Identify your telltale signs. What are the subtle internal or external cues that indicate your mind is starting to wander or that you're losing focus? Is it a sudden urge to check your phone? A feeling of restlessness in your chair? A specific recurring intrusive thought about an unfinished chore or an upcoming appointment? A sudden awareness that you've reread the same paragraph 3 times? Becoming acutely aware of these triggers and early warning signs is the first, crucial step towards effective intervention. Step 2. Choose a simple breath work pattern. A highly effective one, popular. When he hit a new personal record of solid, uninterrupted writing for 3 hours in a single day, the sense of victory was palpable, a genuine rush of dopamine and accomplishment. He didn't just feel more productive, he knew it, because the numbers proved it. This tangible evidence fueled his motivation. Liam transformed from a writer plagued by distraction and guilt into one known for his consistent output, his insightful prose, and his deep, analytical work. He didn't magically gain focus, he built it, one tracked minute at a time, turning his attention into a measurable, improvable metric, a spear constantly being sharpened, its power increasing with every deliberate effort. The psychological underpinnings of tracking focus duration are deeply rooted in principles of human motivation and behavior change. Firstly, it leverages the power of self-monitoring. Research consistently shows that simply observing and recording a behavior, without any external intervention, can significantly influence that behavior. When you track your focus, you become acutely aware of your current habits, both productive and unproductive. This heightened awareness is the absolute prerequisite for any meaningful change. You cannot effectively improve what you do not first measure and understand. Secondly, it taps into the inherent human motivation derived from gamification. By quantifying your focus, you introduce elements of a game, a score, achievable levels, personal bests to strive for, and a clear sense of progression. Humans are intrinsically motivated by progress, mastery, and the satisfaction of overcoming challenges. Seeing those numbers increase, seeing your cumulative focus time grow day by day, provides a powerful hit of dopamine, a natural reward chemical, reinforcing the positive behavior and making you want to continue. It shifts your perspective from seeing focus as a tedious chore to seeing it as a skill to be mastered, a personal challenge to conquer, and a journey of self-improvement. Thirdly, it creates an invaluable feedback loop. Your focus log provides objective, unbiased data, allowing you to identify patterns and correlations that might otherwise remain hidden. Are you more focused after a good night's sleep? Does a specific type of task lead to longer, deeper focus blocks? Does starting your day with physical exercise enhance your concentration? This data empowers you to optimize your environment, your schedule, and your approach, tailoring your focus strategy to your unique brain and workflow, rather than relying on guesswork or generic advice. Finally, it profoundly builds self-efficacy. Each successful tracked focus block, no matter how short initially, reinforces your belief in your own ability to control your attention and direct your mental energy. This growing self-efficacy is vital for tackling increasingly complex and demanding tasks, fostering a resilient mindset crucial for the ambitious goals of Project Cyclops. It transforms the abstract, sometimes intimidating concept of being focused into a concrete, achievable, and profoundly rewarding endeavor, demonstrating your mastery over your own mind. Now, for the practical steps to implement your daily focus log. Step 1. Choose your tracking method. A simple, dedicated notebook and pen are often the most effective, as they minimize digital distractions. Alternatively, you can use a digital spreadsheet, a basic text document, or a dedicated focus tracking app, but ensure that the tool itself is simple, intuitive, and does not become a source of distraction. The paramount goal is ease of use and minimal friction. Step 2. Define your focused state with absolute clarity. What specifically counts as focused work for you? For Project Cyclops, it means active, intentional, uninterrupted engagement with a single, predetermined task, free from internal or external distractions, even minor ones. Be rigorously honest with yourself. If you spend 5 minutes checking social media, or glance at your phone for 30 seconds, that duration immediately preceding the Chapter 5, Slaying the Sirens. Welcome back, focused listeners, to Project Cyclops. In our journey so far, we have established the foundational principles of single-minded purpose and the unparalleled power of a clear, singular vision. We've learned to gaze through the lens of Cyclops, focusing our mental eye on the one critical task that propels us forward. But what good is a clear vision if our gaze is constantly interrupted, our focus fractured by a cacophony of competing demands and alluring whispers? This, my friends, brings us to Chapter 5, Slaying the Sirens. Today, we embark on a crucial quest, to identify and systematically defeat the internal urges and external distractions that relentlessly break our concentration, pulling us off course from our most important work. Think of the mythical sirens, enchanting creatures whose irresistible songs lured sailors to their doom upon treacherous rocks. In our modern world, these sirens don't sing from distant islands, they broadcast from our pockets, they chime from our screens, they materialize in the form of well-meaning colleagues or family members, and sometimes, most insidiously, they arise from within our very own minds. They promise immediate gratification, a fleeting moment of relief, a tantalizing peek into something seemingly more interesting, but their true cost is the erosion of our precious focus, the dismantling of our creative flow, and the sabotage of our deepest ambitions. Why is this so vital? Because in an age saturated with information and overflowing with demands on our attention, the ability to concentrate deeply and undistracted is not just a desirable trait, it is arguably the most powerful competitive advantage you can cultivate. It's the difference between merely reacting to the world and actively shaping it. Without the capacity to truly focus, all the planning, all the vision, all the ambition we discussed in previous chapters remain theoretical constructs, never fully actualized. We become perpetually busy, yet rarely productive. We spend our days extinguishing small fires, rather than building lasting structures. Does that sound familiar? Have you ever reached the end of a long workday feeling exhausted but utterly unsatisfied with what you truly accomplished? That, my friends, is the silent triumph of the sirens. Our mission, then, is to arm ourselves with strategies, to develop an unshakable resilience against these modern-day seductions, both digital and interpersonal, and even those born from our own fleeting desires. We will learn not just to ignore them, but to understand their origins, to anticipate their approach, and to dismantle their power with deliberate, systematic action. This is about reclaiming your mental sovereignty, about building an impenetrable fortress of focus around your most valuable work. It's a battle fought daily, sometimes hourly, but the rewards, amplified productivity, deeper insights, and profound satisfaction, are immeasurable. Let's begin by shining a light on the invisible currents that constantly pull us astray. Our first key area of focus is to map out the most common daily interruptions and, crucially, uncover their root causes. How often do we simply react to a distraction without truly understanding why it emerged in the first place? It's like swatting at flies without knowing where they're breeding. We need a systematic approach, a kind of mental archaeology, to unearth these patterns. Consider Sarah, a brilliant graphic designer who found herself perpetually behind schedule despite her undeniable talent and strong work ethic. Sarah's days felt like a relentless game of whack-a-mole. Every time she settled into a design concept, her email notification would ping, pulling her into a client query. Just as she'd regain her stride, a colleague would pop their head over her cubicle wall, "Got a quick sec, Sarah?" Or, perhaps most vexingly, her own mind would wander, suddenly convinced she needed another coffee, or to check the latest design trends on a popular website, or even just to organize her desktop icons, anything but the cha. The psychology here is deeply rooted in our social nature. We are wired to cooperate, to build rapport, and to avoid conflict. Saying no can feel uncomfortable because it risks disappointing others, or worse, making us seem selfish or uncaring. This social conditioning is powerful. We also often underestimate the true cost of these small interruptions. We perceive a 5-minute request as just that, 5 minutes. But as we discussed, the real cost is far higher due to attention residue and the effort required to re-engage deeply with complex work. Pre-prepared scripts, however, act as a powerful buffer. They reduce the cognitive load of having to come up with an appropriate response on the spot, especially when your brain is already engaged in deep thinking. They also provide a polite, professional framework that clearly communicates your boundary without causing offense. So, how do you practically implement this? First, identify the most common types of impromptu requests you receive and from whom. Is it "can you quickly review this?" from a colleague? Or "what do you want for dinner?" from a family member? Once identified, craft specific if-then statements. These are not about being rude, they are about being clear, respectful, and protecting your most valuable resource, your focused attention. Here are a few examples you can adapt. For colleagues popping by, "I'm deep into something critical right now, but I can definitely look at that at specific time, example 3 p.m. or first thing tomorrow morning. Does that work for you?" Or, "If it's truly not your area, that's important, but I'm not the best person for that at the moment. Perhaps colleague X can assist more quickly." Or a slightly softer, yet firm approach, "I'd love to help, but I'm right in the middle of a very complex task. Can you send me an email with the details so I don't forget, and I'll get to it as soon as I'm done with this." This redirects the immediate interruption into a less intrusive asynchronous channel. For family members, "Hey, I'm in my deep work hour right now. Could you please jot that down for me, and I'll discuss it with you during my break at specific time." Or, "That's a great question, but my brain is fully focused on this project right now. Let's make a note to talk about it over dinner, okay?" It's also crucial to proactively set expectations. If you have a dedicated deep work time at home, communicate this clearly to your family. Perhaps put a "do not disturb" sign on your door, or agree on a visual cue, like wearing headphones, that signals you are unavailable for non-emergencies. Practice these scripts aloud. The more comfortable you become delivering them, the more natural and less awkward they will feel. Your tone of voice, your body language, a calm, confident demeanor will convey politeness even with firm words. Remember, you are not saying no to the person, you are saying yes to your work, to your goals, and ultimately, to your own well-being and productivity. You are teaching others how to respect your time and your focus, which is a gift to everyone involved. Finally, we arrive at the digital sirens, arguably the most pervasive and insidious of all, the relentless pull of social media, news feeds, and other online distractions. Our third key strategy is to install and activate blocking software to temporarily silence these digital sirens. Meet Emily, a freelance content creator. Emily loved her work. She was passionate about storytelling and creating engaging articles for her clients. But she had a secret struggle. The moment she hit a mental roadblock or felt a flicker of boredom, her fingers would instinctively navigate to Instagram, Twitter, or her favorite online news publication. What started as a quick check often devolved into 20 minutes or more of mindless scrolling, leaving her feeling drained and guilty, staring at an unwritten paragraph. She knew it was a problem, but the habit was so ingrained, so automatic, it felt like an insurmountable addiction. She'd tell herself, just 5 more minutes, only. And finally, we armed ourselves against the most ubiquitous sirens of all, the digital distractions that constantly beckon from our screens. By implementing blocking software and actively shaping our digital environment, we create an essential layer of protection, allowing us to engage in deep, uninterrupted work without battling the constant temptation of the online world. Mastering these strategies will not eliminate all distractions overnight. It is a continuous process of refinement and adaptation. But by consistently applying these principles, you will notice a profound shift. Your mental landscape will become clearer, less cluttered. Your work sessions will be more productive, more meaningful. You will experience the profound satisfaction of truly focusing, of diving deep into complex challenges without being constantly pulled to the surface. This is the essence of Project Cyclops, a singular, unwavering focus that cuts through the noise and allows you to achieve extraordinary results. As you begin to implement these strategies, you will undoubtedly reclaim significant amounts of time and mental energy. But what do you do with this newfound bandwidth? How do you ensure that you are not just focused, but also energized, resilient, and prepared for sustained periods of intense work? In our next chapter, we will delve into the critical role of energy management, exploring how to optimize your physical and mental resources to sustain your Cyclops-like focus over the long haul. Join me as we discover how to cultivate an engine that truly supports your unwavering vision. Chapter 6: The Power of the Blindfold. Welcome back to Project Cyclops. In our previous discussions, we laid the groundwork for identifying your singular vision, understanding the relentless pull of distractions, and beginning to cultivate a mindset of unwavering focus. Today, we delve into what might seem counterintuitive at first glance, yet is absolutely fundamental to achieving truly extraordinary levels of concentration and output: the power of the blindfold. Chapter 6: The Power of the Blindfold. The core concept we're embracing here is profound and transformative. It is to embrace the concept of intentional ignorance and strict information diets to free up invaluable mental bandwidth. Think about that for a moment. Intentional ignorance. Does it sound like you're being asked to live under a rock, to somehow become less informed in a world that constantly demands more of your attention? Quite the opposite, actually. This isn't about being oblivious or irresponsible. It's about being strategically, surgically selective with the information you allow into your precious mental ecosystem. It's about recognizing that in an age of infinite data, the true superpower isn't the ability to consume everything, but the wisdom to ignore almost everything. Have you ever felt that pervasive sense of overwhelm, that mental fog that descends after an hour of scrolling through news feeds, social media timelines, or an overflowing inbox? That feeling of having consumed a vast quantity of information, yet feeling no wiser, no clearer, and certainly no closer to your most important goals? That, my friends, is your mental bandwidth being stretched, frayed, and ultimately exhausted by irrelevant noise. Your brain, an incredibly powerful but finite resource, has a limited capacity for processing data, making decisions, and maintaining focus. Every piece of information, every notification, every unsolicited opinion you absorb, regardless of its perceived importance, takes up a small slice of that capacity. It occupies valuable RAM, so to speak, in your cognitive operating system. Imagine your mind as a high-performance computer. If you have 100 tabs open in your browser, 30 background applications running, and a constant stream of pop-up notifications, how well do you think that computer will perform its primary, most complex tasks? It will slow down, it will crash, it will struggle. Your brain is no different. The constant influx of low-value, non-essential information acts like digital cholesterol, clogging your mental arteries and preventing the smooth flow of clear thought and decisive action. An intentional information diet, therefore, is not deprivation, it is liberation. It is a proactive, conscious choice to filter out the noise, to build a protective barrier around your cognitive core, so that the energy you possess can be channeled exclusively towards your Project Cyclops vision. It's about creating a quiet, uncluttered space within your mind where profound thinking, creative problem solving, and sustained focus can truly flourish. When you are intentionally ignorant of the trivial, you become intensely aware of the essential. When you limit the incoming data streams, you free up the mental bandwidth necessary to process, analyze, and innovate on the data that truly matters. This is the power of the blindfold. It doesn't blind you to reality, it sharpens your vision for what is truly important by obscuring the irrelevant. Let's dive into the practical steps that will allow you to construct this vital blindfold, starting today. Our first key action point is simple, direct, and incredibly effective. Unsubscribe from at least 10 low-value newsletters, feeds, or channels immediately. Consider Sarah, an aspiring entrepreneur with a brilliant idea for a sustainable clothing brand. Eager to learn, she subscribed to dozens of marketing newsletters, business strategy blogs, productivity hacks, motivational gurus, and industry news feeds. Her inbox became a daily avalanche. Every morning, she'd spend an hour sifting through headlines, feeling a constant pressure to treat it like a surgical operation on your digital life. Second, open your email inbox, particularly your promotions or updates tabs. Scroll through your social media feeds, check your YouTube subscriptions, and review any podcasts you follow. Third, for each source, ask yourself a crucial question: does this source consistently provide value that directly supports my project Cyclops vision, or does it primarily distract, entertain, or offer generic advice that I already know? Be ruthless. If it doesn't immediately yell yes, this is essential, then it's a no. Fourth, immediately hit that unsubscribe button. Don't archive it for later. Don't tell yourself you'll get to it. Act now. For social media feeds, simply unfollow or mute. For YouTube channels, unsubscribe. For podcasts, remove them from your playlist. Aim for at least 10, but don't stop there if you find more. Many people find they can easily purge 50 or more without a second thought, and with immense relief. Finally, consider using tools like Unroll.me if your inbox is truly overwhelming, but be selective even with aggregation services. The goal isn't just to bundle noise, it's to eliminate it. Regularly review your subscriptions every few months. This isn't a one-time cleanse, it's an ongoing practice of maintaining a lean, effective information diet. Our second critical step in establishing your information blindfold is to set strict, non-negotiable time limits for daily news and social media consumption. Consider Mark, a brilliant software engineer, whose days were often hijacked before they even began. He would wake up, grab his phone, and intended to just check the headlines for 5 minutes. Those 5 minutes invariably stretched into 45 as he clicked from one news article to another, then hopped over to Twitter to see the reactions, then Instagram to unwind, then back to a different news site for balance. He'd arrive at his desk feeling already exhausted, emotionally drained by global crises, and mentally scattered, struggling to dive into complex coding tasks. He realized he was consuming a diet of anxiety and distraction, mistaking it for being informed. Mark decided to implement a radical change: 20 minutes for news, once a day, and 30 minutes total for social media, split into two 15-minute blocks. He used an app timer and physically put his phone away after his allotted time. The first few days were challenging, like breaking an addiction. He felt phantom urges to pick up his phone, a subtle anxiety about what he might be missing. But within a week, he noticed a profound shift. He started his workday with a clearer head, less emotional baggage, and significantly more energy. He rediscovered the joy of working on personal coding projects in the evenings, something he hadn't had the mental bandwidth for in years. The quality of his deep work skyrocketed, and his overall sense of well-being improved dramatically. Psychologically, this is vital for several reasons. Social media platforms and news outlets are expertly engineered to be addictive, leveraging what's known as the dopamine reward loop and intermittent reinforcement. Every notification, every new post, every update is a potential hit of dopamine, creating a craving for more. This continuous cycle rewires our brains to seek out novelty and external validation, eroding our capacity for sustained, deep focus on singular tasks. Think about it. Why do you compulsively check your phone? It's often not for a specific piece of information, but for the potential thrill of something new, a tiny burst of dopamine. Furthermore, news consumption, particularly in today's 24/7 cycle, often exploits our brain's negativity bias. Our minds are hardwired to pay more attention to threats and negative information as a survival mechanism. While this was useful in the savannah, in the digital age it means we are disproportionately drawn to sensational, often anxiety-inducing headlines that have little to no bearing on our personal sphere of influence or our ability to affect change. When these levels are perpetually elevated, our baseline tolerance increases, meaning we need more and more stimulation to feel engaged or satisfied. This leads to what's often called dopamine depletion or overstimulation, where real-world activities that offer subtler rewards like reading a book, a quiet conversation, or a walk in nature feel boring or uninteresting by comparison. A screen-free day acts as a deliberate dopamine fast. It allows your brain's reward system to reset, bringing your baseline dopamine levels back down. This recalibration means that activities that used to feel mundane suddenly regain their appeal and capacity to provide genuine satisfaction. Beyond dopamine, a digital detox day also restores your attentional capacity. The constant context switching and fragmented attention demanded by screens make it harder to engage in deep work or sustained contemplation. A screen-free day gives your prefrontal cortex, the part of your brain responsible for executive functions like focus and planning, a much-needed rest and a chance to rebuild its endurance. It fosters boredom, which, far from being negative, is a crucible for creativity and original thought. When your mind isn't constantly fed external stimuli, it turns inward, allowing for introspection, imaginative play, and the subconscious processing of complex problems. Furthermore, it significantly improves sleep quality by reducing exposure to blue light, which interferes with melatonin production, and by calming your mind before bed. It strengthens real-world connections with loved ones and your physical environment, enriching your life in ways no screen can. It's not just about avoiding screens, it's about actively engaging with the rich, analog world, and rediscovering the depth within yourself. Here are the practical steps for planning and executing your screen-free day. First, choose your day. For most people, a weekend day like Sunday works best, as it often has fewer work commitments. Make this day sacred and non-negotiable. Second, communicate your intention to loved ones and close colleagues. Explain why you're doing this, so they understand why you might not be immediately reachable. Set expectations for emergencies. Perhaps one person can call a designated landline or a partner's phone if something truly urgent arises. Third, prepare in advance. This is crucial for success. Download any maps you might need if you plan to explore a new area. Print out recipes if you want to cook. Charge your e-reader if you plan to read, though a physical book is often preferable for a complete detox. Ensure any important information like appointment times or addresses is written down. Fourth, plan engaging alternative activities. Don't just sit there feeling deprived. Embrace the opportunity to do things you rarely make time for. Ideas include long walks or hikes in nature, gardening, reading physical books, painting, drawing, playing board games or puzzles with family, cooking elaborate meals, visiting a museum or art gallery, writing in a journal, pursuing a craft, or simply spending quality, unplugged time with loved ones. The goal is to fill the void left by screens with enriching, real-world experiences. Fifth, manage the emergency caveat. For absolute peace of mind, you might keep your phone powered off in a drawer, accessible only for true emergencies. Example: a family crisis. A designated family contact who understands your commitment can be a helpful intermediary. Finally, reflect on the experience. At the end of your screen-free day, take a few minutes to journal about how you felt, what you noticed, and what benefits you experienced. This reflection reinforces the positive outcomes and strengthens your commitment for the following week. If a full day feels too daunting initially, start with a screen-free half-day and gradually extend it as you build confidence and discover the profound benefits. In summary, the power of the blindfold is not about being ignorant, it's about strategic intelligence. It's about recognizing that in an era of end. Chapter 7, Fueling the Giant. Welcome back to Project Cyclops. In our journey towards unparalleled cognitive performance and sustained intellectual output, we've explored the intricate landscapes of mental discipline, strategic planning, and the cultivation of an unwavering focus. We've dissected the machinery of the mind, but now, it's time to turn our attention to the engine that powers it all, the physical body. Chapter 7, Fueling the Giant, delves into a critical, often underestimated, aspect of peak performance: how to optimize your physical health, sleep hygiene, and nutrition to robustly support intense cognitive effort. Think of your mind as a supercomputer, capable of processing vast amounts of data, running complex simulations, and generating innovative solutions. But even the most advanced supercomputer is useless without a stable power supply, efficient cooling systems, and the right environment. Your body is that essential infrastructure. Neglect it, and your mental faculties, no matter how sharp, will inevitably falter. Our goal isn't just to work hard, it's to work smart and sustainably. This chapter is about building an unshakable foundation for relentless intellectual pursuits, ensuring your mental giant is always well-fed, well-rested, and ready for action. Let's begin by tackling what many consider the ultimate performance enhancer, and yet, paradoxically, the first thing sacrificed in the pursuit of ambition: sleep. We are talking about establishing a strict, consistent sleep hygiene routine, with a particular emphasis on the crucial hour before you finally close your eyes. Why is this so vital? Because the quality of your waking hours is inextricably linked to the quality of your sleeping hours. Consider the story of Dr. Evelyn Reed, one of the lead theoretical physicists on Project Cyclops. Evelyn was a force of nature, known for her brilliant insights and an almost supernatural ability to hold complex equations in her mind. However, her dedication bordered on self-destruction. She viewed sleep as a luxury, an inconvenience that stole precious hours from her research. Her typical routine involved working intensely until her eyes burned, then collapsing into bed, often with her laptop still humming beside her. She'd wake up feeling groggy, rely on multiple cups of coffee to kickstart her brain, and by mid-afternoon, found her once sharp mind shrouded in a thick fog. Her problem-solving abilities, which were her greatest asset, would wane noticeably after lunch. It was a vicious cycle of exhaustion and artificial stimulation, threatening to derail not just her personal well-being, but the very progress of the project itself. Then came a pivotal moment. A critical system failure in a simulation, a mistake she later attributed to mental fatigue, forced Evelyn to confront her unsustainable habits. Guided by the project's mandated wellness protocols, she reluctantly committed to a stringent sleep hygiene regimen. Her focus was on the power-down hour. 60 minutes before her designated bedtime, which she now set at a consistent time, even on weekends, she would initiate a deliberate wind-down sequence. This meant no screens whatsoever, no laptop, no tablet, no phone. The project's glowing displays, once her constant companions, were banished from her bedroom. Instead, she'd dim the lights, put on some calming instrumental music, and engage in activities designed to signal to her brain that it was time to transition from high-alert problem solver to resting state. Sometimes it was reading a physical book, the kind with actual paper pages and ink. Other times, she'd practice gentle stretching or mindful breathing exercises she learned from a meditation app, but crucially, without looking at the screen itself. She even started taking a warm bath a few nights a week, using the sensation of rising body temperature followed by cooling to prime her body for sleep. The transformation wasn't immediate, but within a few weeks, Evelyn reported a profound shift. Her mornings were clearer, her midday slump less pronounced, and her problem-solving capacity, particularly in the critical late afternoon hours, had returned with renewed vigor. She realized that by wasting an hour on winding down, she was gaining exponentially more productive and high-quality hours during her waking day. From a psychological perspective, why does this matter so profoundly? Our brains thrive on routine and predictability. The relentless exposure to artificial light, especially the blue light emitted by screens, suppresses the production of melatonin, the hormone that signals to our bodies it's time to sleep. By establishing a consistent power-down hour, you're not just dimming the lights, you're sending a powerful, unambiguous signal to your brain. You're telling it, the workday is over. It's time to shift gears, to decelerate. This creates a crucial psychological boundary between your active, demanding waking life and the restorative period of sleep. It prevents your mind from churning on lingering thoughts, anxieties, or the day's unresolved challenges, which often happens when you jump straight from intense cognitive activity into bed. Moreover, the act of consistently repeating these pre-sleep rituals reinforces a habit, creating a mental and physiological cue that becomes increasingly effective over time. It's an act of self-care that recharges your cognitive batteries, improves emotional regulation, solidifies memory consolidation, and enhances decision-making capabilities. Neglecting this crucial wind-down period is akin to trying to shut down a supercomputer by simply pulling the plug, risking corrupted files and system instability. So, how can you practically apply this in your own life? First, establish a non-negotiable bedtime and wake-up time, and stick to it, even on weekends. Consistency is paramount. Second, implement your own power-down hour. Choose activities that genuinely relax you and avoid any screen-based stimulation. This could be reading a physical book or magazine, listening to a podcast or audiobook with your eyes closed, engaging in light stretching or yoga, journaling to clear your mind, or even spending time with loved ones in quiet conversation. Third, optimize your sleep environment. Ensure your bedroom is dark, quiet, and cool. Blackout curtains can be a game changer, as can earplugs or a white noise machine if your environment is noisy. Fourth, be mindful of what you consume in the hours before bed. Avoid caffeine for at least 6 hours before sleep and heavy, rich meals. For 1 week, keep a detailed food journal, noting not just what you eat, but when you eat it, and crucially, how you feel in the hour or two afterward. Look for patterns. Which meals consistently lead to a post-lunch slump or a dip in focus? Second, once you've identified your personal triggers, systematically eliminate them from your workday diet. This doesn't mean you can never enjoy those foods, it means being strategic about when you consume them. Third, prioritize balanced meals that combine lean protein, complex carbohydrates, healthy fats, and a generous portion of fiber-rich vegetables. Think salmon with quinoa and steamed broccoli, or a vibrant salad with grilled chicken, avocado, and a variety of leafy greens. Fourth, always have healthy snacks on hand. Nuts, seeds, berries, Greek yogurt, or a piece of fruit can bridge the gap between meals and prevent you from reaching for less optimal choices when hunger strikes. Finally, and perhaps most simply, hydrate, hydrate, hydrate. Dehydration is a common, yet often overlooked, cause of mental fatigue and difficulty concentrating. Make water your primary beverage throughout the day. Your brain, after all, is mostly water, and it needs a constant supply to function at its best. Now, let's address the often neglected yet incredibly potent tool for resetting your mind and body during periods of intense cognitive work: physical movement breaks. Many of us, especially when engrossed in a complex problem or project, fall into the trap of thinking that sitting still and staring at a screen for hours on end is the most efficient way to achieve our goals. We believe that any interruption is a distraction, a break in flow that we cannot afford. This couldn't be further from the truth. Incorporating short, intense physical movement breaks is not a luxury, it's a strategic imperative to reset the mind between deep work blocks. Consider Liam, the lead software architect for Project Cyclops' core AI algorithms. Liam was known for his legendary, marathon coding sessions, often spending 6 to 8 hours glued to his multiple monitors, fueled only by lukewarm coffee. Initially, he prided himself on these uninterrupted stretches, believing they were essential for maintaining his coding flow. However, he started noticing diminishing returns. After a few hours, his code became clunkier, his bug-finding abilities dwindled, and innovative solutions became elusive. He'd find himself staring blankly at the screen, mentally exhausted but physically restless. His body would ache, his eyes would strain, and his mind felt like a tangled mess of code. Prompted by the project's new emphasis on sustainable performance, Liam grudgingly agreed to experiment with short, intense movement breaks. Every 90 minutes, he'd set a timer for 5 minutes. When it rang, he'd force himself to stand up and walk away from his desk. His preferred routine involved a quick sprint up and down 2 flights of stairs in the building, followed by a set of 20 deep squats or 10 push-ups against the wall. He'd ensure his heart rate elevated, that he felt a burst of physical exertion. Then, he'd grab a glass of water, perhaps look out a window for a moment, and return to his desk. The initial resistance was strong, he felt like he was losing precious coding time. But within days, the difference was palpable. Upon returning to his screen, his mind felt remarkably clearer, his focus sharper, and he often found that solutions to previously intractable coding problems would suddenly emerge. The physical movement seemed to literally shake loose mental blocks, clearing the internal whiteboard of his mind. He realized that those 5 minutes weren't lost, they were an investment that paid dividends in renewed concentration and enhanced problem-solving capacity for the subsequent 90-minute deep work block. Psychologically, the impact of these movement breaks is multifaceted and profoundly beneficial. Prolonged sitting, the bane of modern intellectual work, restricts blood flow, reduces oxygen delivery to the brain. Chapter 8: The Odyssey of Deep Work. Welcome to Chapter 8 of Project Cyclops, The Odyssey of Deep Work. In our journey toward achieving peak performance and unlocking your fullest potential, we've explored numerous facets of focus, strategy, and execution. But even the most brilliant plans and the sharpest minds can falter without the foundational structure to protect their most valuable resource: focused attention. This chapter is dedicated to mastering that structure, to navigating the treacherous waters of modern work, where a constant barrage of notifications and shallow demands threatens to pull us away from the profound, impactful work that truly drives progress. Think of it this way: your work week is an odyssey, a long and adventurous journey filled with challenges and opportunities. To complete it successfully, to reach your Ithaca, you need more than just a sturdy ship. You need a meticulously crafted map, a disciplined crew, and an unwavering compass. Our core concept today is precisely that: learning to structure your work week to perfectly balance intense focus blocks, where your most valuable cognitive energy is deployed, with the necessary, yet shallow, administrative tasks that, while important, should never be allowed to hijack your productive flow. It's about being intentional with every hour, every minute, ensuring that your time serves your deepest professional ambitions, rather than merely reacting to the loudest incoming notification. It's a deliberate act of design, not a passive acceptance of chaos. So, how do we begin to sculpt such a powerful, productive week? We'll start with the visual, with something tangible that immediately communicates your intentions and creates boundaries. Our first key point is to color code your weekly calendar to visually protect and prioritize your deep work blocks. Why color coding, you might ask? Because our brains are wired to respond to visual cues. A sea of undifferentiated blocks on a calendar can feel overwhelming, a blur of commitments. But when you introduce color, you introduce clarity, hierarchy, and a subconscious commitment device. Let me tell you about Sarah, a software architect I once coached. Sarah was brilliant, deeply technical, and passionate about her projects. However, she found herself constantly swamped, feeling like she was running on a hamster wheel, always busy but rarely feeling truly productive on her core, complex coding tasks. Her calendar was a jumble of meeting requests, impromptu discussions, and quick check-ins that invariably derailed her concentration. She would often start a complex algorithm, only to be pulled into a 30-minute discussion about a minor bug, then attempt to resume, only to find an email requiring an immediate response. The context switching was brutal, and her deep work projects often stretched into evenings and weekends. When we introduced the concept of color coding, it was a revelation for her. We decided on a simple scheme: vibrant green for her deep work blocks, bright yellow for scheduled meetings, a muted blue for administrative tasks like email processing and team updates, and a light gray for personal breaks and lunch. The very act of blocking out those green segments first, before anything else, forced her to confront her priorities. Suddenly, her calendar wasn't just a schedule, it was a visual representation of her commitment to her most important work. When a colleague sent a meeting invite that clashed with a green block, Sarah had a clear visual prompt to decline or suggest an alternative time, explaining, "That's a dedicated deep work slot I need to protect." Initially, there was some pushback, but the visual clarity empowered her to stand firm. Within weeks, Sarah reported feeling less overwhelmed, more focused, and, crucially, she was shipping complex code faster and with fewer errors. The green blocks weren't just slots in a calendar, they were sanctuaries of focus. Now, let's delve into the psychological power behind this simple yet profound act. Why does color coding work so effectively? Firstly, it significantly reduces. He'd open a spreadsheet for a deep analysis, get an email notification, switch to email, get a Slack message, switch to Slack, and then wonder why an hour had passed with little to show for it beyond a cleared inbox. He was mistaking busyness for productivity. When Mark adopted the practice of batching, his entire workday transformed. We identified all his shallow tasks, email, quick team messages, routine administrative approvals, and short informational phone calls. Then, he designated 2 specific communication blocks each day, one from 2 p.m. to 3 p.m. and another from 4:30 p.m. to 5 p.m. During his deep work blocks, all notifications were turned off, his email client was closed, and his phone was on silent, face down. The initial resistance was strong, there was a genuine fear of missing out, of not being available. But he quickly learned that truly urgent matters would find a way to reach him through more direct channels, or, more often than not, they could indeed wait an hour or two. What he gained was immense, uninterrupted stretches of deep focus during his peak energy hours. His creative output soared, his strategic plans became more coherent, and he reported feeling a profound sense of calm and control over his day, rather than being a slave to his inbox. Why is batching shallow tasks so incredibly effective from a psychological perspective? The primary reason is the reduction of context-switching costs. Every time you switch from a cognitively demanding task to a trivial one, like checking an email, your brain incurs a switch cost. It takes time and mental energy to disengage from the first task, engage with the second, and then re-engage with the first. This isn't an instantaneous process. Research suggests it can take upwards of 20 minutes to fully regain deep concentration after a significant interruption. By batching, you minimize these costly switches, allowing your brain to stay immersed in a single, important task for extended periods. Furthermore, batching is excellent energy management. Shallow tasks often require less intense cognitive effort. By scheduling them during periods of lower mental energy, for instance, after lunch when the natural circadian dip occurs, you optimize your energy usage. You're reserving your prime mental hours for your most demanding work and allocating your less energetic periods for tasks that don't require peak performance. This also helps combat decision fatigue. If you're constantly making minor decisions about emails or quick responses throughout the day, you're depleting the finite reservoir of mental energy you have for more complex, strategic decisions. Batching conserves that energy. And finally, and perhaps most importantly, it protects your flow state. The flow state, that magical period of effortless, highly focused concentration, is incredibly fragile. A single notification can shatter it. Batching acts as a powerful guardian, erecting a barrier between your delicate flow and the constant barrage of minor demands. Here are the practical application steps to implement effective task batching. First, identify your shallow tasks. Take an inventory of all the recurring, low-cognition tasks that frequently interrupt your day. These typically include emails, quick chats, Slack, Teams, social media checks, administrative paperwork, returning non-urgent phone calls, and routine approvals. Be honest with yourself about what truly needs immediate attention versus what can wait. Second, designate specific time blocks. Allocate 1 to 2 specific, non-contiguous blocks in your day exclusively for these tasks. For many, the early afternoon is ideal for the first block, as it aligns with the natural post-lunch energy dip. A second, shorter block late in the afternoon can catch anything that came in since. These are your communication windows or admin hours. Third, and this is crucial, disable notifications during your deep work blocks. This means closing your email client, muting your phone, turning off desktop notifications for messaging apps, and even PU. Treat this block as sacred as any client meeting. It is your dedicated time for strategic reflection and planning. Do not let it be usurped by last-minute requests. Second, review the past week with a critical, yet compassionate eye. Ask yourself a series of probing questions. Did I hit my deep work targets? Where did I get distracted or derailed, and what were the triggers? What worked exceptionally well that I should repeat? What didn't work, and why? Were my time estimates for tasks accurate, or did I consistently under or overestimate? Were there any unexpected interruptions, and how can I anticipate or mitigate similar situations in the future? Look at your color-coded calendar. Did you respect your green blocks? Where were the violations? Third, plan the upcoming week with intention. Based on your insights from the past week, identify your top 3 to 5 priorities for the coming days. These are the critical tasks that will move your most important projects forward. Then, using your color coding system, block out your deep work first, during your peak energy times. Next, schedule your shallow task batches and pre-planned meetings around these protected blocks. Proactively anticipate potential roadblocks or known interruptions and build in buffer time where necessary. Finally, refine your system itself. The weekly review isn't just about reviewing tasks, it's about reviewing the system. Did your color coding scheme work? Should you adjust your batching times for shallow tasks? Do you need to set stricter notification rules? Is your communication about deep work clear enough with your team? This iterative refinement is what truly leads to sustained improvement and mastery. In summary, the odyssey of deep work is not about finding more hours in the day, it's about making better use of the hours you have. We've equipped you with 3 powerful strategies: visualizing your commitment through color-coded calendars, guarding your focus by batching shallow tasks into designated windows, and continually improving your approach through a mandatory weekly review. These aren't just productivity hacks, they are foundational disciplines that empower you to be proactive rather than reactive, to create rather than merely process, and to truly thrive in a world clamoring for your attention. Deep work is a skill, a habit, and a conscious choice to reclaim your intellectual sovereignty. By embracing these principles, you move beyond merely surviving your work week. You begin to design it, to master it, and to ultimately bend it to the will of your most profound professional aspirations. As you begin to integrate these practices into your own work life, you'll notice a profound shift in not just your output, but your sense of control and fulfillment. You are no longer a passenger on the chaotic currents of modern work, but the captain of your own ship, charting a deliberate course toward meaningful achievement. In our next chapter, we will delve into the art of sustained focus within those deep work blocks, exploring techniques to minimize internal distractions and maximize your cognitive output once you've created the space for it. The journey continues. Chapter 9. Forging Alliances. Welcome back, Project Cyclops initiates. You're on the cusp of something extraordinary, dedicating yourself to a mission that demands not just your time and effort, but also your profound, unwavering focus. We've spoken extensively about creating the physical environment for deep work, about structuring your days, and about the internal mechanisms of concentration. But today, we turn our attention to a facet of intense focus that is often overlooked, yet absolutely critical for your long-term success and well-being: navigating the intricate web of your social life. The journey of Project Cyclops, or indeed, any deeply focused endeavor, is often solitary in its execution, but it rarely, if ever, exists in a vacuum. We are social creatures, intricately woven into families, friendships, professional teams, and community groups. The intense concentration required to achieve something monumental can, quite inadvertently, create barriers with these very important people in your life. It can lead to misunderstandings, to feelings of neglect, and even, regrettably, to resentment. No one sets out to alienate their loved ones in pursuit of a dream, yet the demands of deep work can make you appear distant or uncaring if not managed consciously and deliberately. This chapter, Chapter 9, Forging Alliances, is about acknowledging that inherent tension and proactively addressing it. It's not about forcing you to choose between your grand ambition and your cherished relationships. On the contrary, it's about harmonizing them, about building bridges of understanding rather than walls of isolation. We're going to explore how to navigate the social challenges that inevitably arise when you commit to intense focus, specifically by mastering the art of effectively communicating new boundaries to the people around you. How do we protect our deep work blocks, those precious hours of uninterrupted thought and creation, without alienating those we care about most? How do we prevent our ambition, our singular drive, from being perceived as indifference or selfishness? The answer, my friends, lies in forging alliances not just with your own internal discipline and resolve, but with the very people who form your external support system. This requires clarity, it demands empathy, and it necessitates strategic communication. You see, we're not just building a project here, we're building understanding, fostering cooperation, and strengthening the bonds that truly matter. Let's dive into the specifics of how to achieve this delicate yet vital balance. Our first key point revolves around the concept of explicit agreement. Draft a clear communication charter for your team or household. Think about Sarah for a moment. Sarah was a brilliant software engineer, leading a critical development sprint for a new, groundbreaking AI platform. Her work demanded long hours, late-night coding sessions, and incredibly focused daytime blocks where she needed absolute concentration. She lived with her partner and 2 school-aged children, and initially, her deep dive into Project Cyclops was causing significant friction at home. Her partner felt ignored, commenting that Sarah was always glued to her screen, and her kids, bless their hearts, missed her playful presence. Sarah didn't want to sacrifice her project, it was her passion, her calling. But she certainly didn't want to damage her family relationships, which were the bedrock of her life. One evening, after a particularly trying day that saw her productivity plummet due to constant interruptions, Sarah decided to act. She sat down with her partner, and later, her older children, to create what she called their family focus charter. It wasn't a rigid, legal document, but a verbal agreement, clearly articulated and understood by everyone. They jointly outlined Sarah's deep work hours, typically from 9 in the morning until 1 in the afternoon, and then again from 8 until 11 at night. During these specific windows, the understanding was clear: she would be largely unreachable, her door might even be. When someone we rely on, someone we care about, suddenly becomes less available, the default assumption in our minds is often negative. They don't care about me, I'm not important enough, they're deliberately avoiding me. These subconscious narratives can quickly erode trust and sow discord. A communication charter, whether for a family or a professional team, removes this ambiguity. It transforms what could be perceived as an unpredictable, potentially hurtful situation into a structured, agreed-upon framework. This fosters a powerful sense of psychological safety and mutual respect. It communicates, without needing to be said explicitly every time, that you value their feelings, that you are making a conscious, proactive effort to integrate your intense focus into the existing social fabric, rather than letting it become a destructive, isolating force. It also leverages the inherent power of explicit agreement. When everyone has had a hand in crafting the rules, or at least understanding and agreeing to them, it significantly reduces internal conflict and promotes a spirit of cooperation rather than conflict. It's about proactively managing expectations, ensuring everyone feels heard and respected, even when your immediate attention is elsewhere. So, how can you practically apply this in your own life? First, identify your key stakeholders. Who are the people most directly affected by your intense focus? This might include your romantic partner, your children, close friends, immediate team members at work, or even housemates. Don't overlook anyone whose daily life will be impacted. Second, schedule a dedicated conversation. Do not, I repeat, do not spring this on them as an ultimatum. Choose a calm, neutral time when everyone can give their full attention to the discussion. Make it clear that this is a conversation, not a decree. Third, articulate your why. This is crucial. Help them understand the importance of Project Cyclops, or whatever intense endeavor you're undertaking, and why it absolutely necessitates these periods of deep focus. Share your vision, your passion. When they understand the bigger picture, they are far more likely to buy into the process. Fourth, clearly define your focus blocks. Be specific. From 9 a.m. to 1 p.m., my phone will be on silent, my door will be closed, and I'll be in deep work mode. This clarity is a gift to everyone. Fifth, and equally important, define your available times. Specify when you will be present, accessible, and fully engaged. And then, here's the critical part, commit to those times with unwavering consistency. These are your promises, and they build trust. Sixth, establish communication protocols. For different types of messages, what's the preferred method? For non-urgent work questions, maybe email. For specific tasks, a shared project management tool. For family updates, a daily text check-in, not an unexpected call. Seventh, and perhaps most vital, ask for their input. Make this a truly collaborative process. What are their needs? What are their concerns? How can you collectively find solutions that work for everyone? Listen actively and empathetically. Finally, document it, even if informally. A simple shared note in a digital document, a whiteboard in a common area, or even a verbal agreement reinforced with regular check-ins. And above all, reiterate your unwavering commitment to your relationships. Make it abundantly clear that these boundaries are about optimizing your work and deepening your connection, not diminishing the latter. Now, let's move to our second cornerstone of social alliance building: set up reliable asynchronous communication channels to replace constant immediate messaging. Consider the example of Dr. Eris Thorne. Dr. Thorne was deep into writing his groundbreaking research paper, a work that demanded hours of uninterrupted, intricate concentration. His academic team, however, was accustomed to the instantaneous nature of modern communication, constant Slack messages, quick email pings, and impromptu drop-ins to his office. Each N. Your behavior will be the most powerful teacher. This brings us to our third and final key point for forging alliances in support of your deep work: train key people in your life on exactly how and when to interrupt you for true emergencies. Let's think about Maria, a single mother pursuing her PhD. She found it incredibly difficult to secure uninterrupted study time. Her children, whom she adored, would frequently burst into her study, declaring an emergency that often turned out to be something minor, a lost toy, a sibling squabble, or simply boredom. Maria understood their need for her, but she also knew that if she was to complete her dissertation, she needed protected time. She decided to develop a simple, visual red, yellow, green system with them. She made 3 large, laminated cards, 1 green, 1 yellow, 1 red. Green meant she was generally available, perhaps reading lightly or doing administrative tasks, and they could knock and enter. Yellow meant she was busy and could only be interrupted for something genuinely important, like "I can't find my shoes and we need to leave," or "I'm hungry and need help with a snack." Red meant she was in deep focus, engaged in critical writing or research, and was only to be interrupted for a true, undeniable emergency, a fire, a significant injury, someone needing immediate medical help, or an adult stranger at the door. More importantly than just creating the cards, Maria spent significant time training her children. They practiced scenarios. What would you do if the house was on fire? What if you cut your finger and it's bleeding a lot? What if you're bored? She made sure they understood, truly understood, what a true emergency looked and felt like, and what the protocol was for each color. The first few weeks were, as expected, challenging. There were lapses, tests of the system. But gradually, patiently, Maria reinforced the boundaries. The interruptions during red times dramatically decreased, and her children, crucially, felt empowered by understanding the system and their role within it. They knew what to do, and they trusted that their real needs would always be met. From a psychological standpoint, the fear of missing a true emergency is a powerful, almost primal instinct. For those around us, the inability to reach us can trigger immense anxiety, a sense of helplessness, or even panic. By explicitly defining what constitutes an emergency and providing a clear, actionable protocol for it, we effectively alleviate this profound anxiety. We transfer a degree of control and responsibility in a structured, understandable way. This isn't about ignoring emergencies, it's about eliminating the constant stream of false positives and ensuring that genuine, critical situations are handled efficiently and effectively, without undue disruption. Psychologically, this builds immense trust. It demonstrates that while your focus is paramount to your goals, the safety, well-being, and genuine needs of your loved ones are equally important. It provides a critical psychological safety net for everyone involved. It also respects their agency by giving them a defined, active role in your boundary system, rather than making them feel shut out. It's a testament to your consideration and care, even when you are intensely absorbed in your work. So, what are the practical application steps for you to implement this? First, define true emergency with absolute clarity and specificity. What absolutely, unequivocally warrants an immediate interruption? Think about things like fire, significant injury, a medical emergency, a security threat. What absolutely doesn't? A lost item, a minor disagreement, I'm bored, or a non-critical work email. Be unambiguous. Second, identify your emergency contact network. Who needs to know this protocol? Your partner, your children, immediate colleagues, your manager, perhaps a trusted neighbor or close friend who might be a secondary contact. Third, develop a clear, simple, and memorable protocol. How should they signal an emergency? Chapter 10, Overcoming the Blind Spots. Welcome back to Project Cyclops. In our previous chapters, we've meticulously explored the art of intense focus, the cultivation of deep work, and the strategic deployment of your singular, powerful vision. We've celebrated the transformative power of concentrating your energies, much like the mythological Cyclops, to achieve unparalleled breakthroughs. But today, we pivot to a critical, often overlooked aspect of this journey, recognizing and overcoming the blind spots that hyperfocus can inadvertently create. While a laser-like gaze is indispensable for achieving ambitious goals, it carries inherent dangers. What happens when your singular eye becomes so fixated on the immediate objective that you neglect the broader landscape? What opportunities might you miss on the periphery? What critical relationships might wither under the relentless heat of your single-minded pursuit? This chapter delves into those dangerous pitfalls of hyperfocus, the tendency to neglect important relationships, to overlook crucial macro trends, and to lose sight of the holistic well-being that sustains long-term success. It's about understanding that true mastery isn't just about seeing one thing incredibly well, it's about strategically knowing when to zoom out, when to engage, and when to listen with your entire being. We're not abandoning the Cyclops, we're giving it a wider lens, a keener ear, and a more empathetic heart. Let's begin by addressing the first vital strategy for expanding your vision, scheduling deliberate zoom-out sessions to assess the big picture of your career and life. This isn't just about reviewing your project milestones, it's about a comprehensive recalibration. Consider the story of Elena, a brilliant research scientist who was utterly consumed by her groundbreaking work on a new pharmaceutical compound. Her lab was her world, her data her obsession. She worked 12-hour days, 7 days a week, often eating meals at her desk. She was making incredible progress, publishing papers, and earning accolades from her peers. Yet, after nearly 2 years of this intense immersion, a nagging sense of unease began to creep in. During a rare, quiet Sunday afternoon, as she scrolled through industry news, she discovered that a competitor had just unveiled a parallel compound, leveraging a completely different but equally promising technological approach that Elena's team had explicitly dismissed early on. Not only that, but her funding body had subtly shifted its strategic priorities toward preventative medicine, a direction her curative research didn't quite fit. Simultaneously, her partner had expressed feeling distant, her social circle had dwindled, and she realized she hadn't taken a real vacation in over 3 years. Her singular focus, while productive, had made her blind to critical shifts in the market, in her organization's strategic direction, and, most poignantly, in the health of her personal life. She had been so deep in the trees, she hadn't seen the forest changing around her, or noticed the vital gardens she needed to tend to outside the lab. Psychologically, this phenomenon is deeply rooted in our cognitive architecture. When we hyperfocus, we engage what psychologists call attentional tunneling. Our brains become incredibly efficient at processing relevant information within our immediate field of interest, but equally adept at filtering out everything else. This can lead to confirmation bias, where we inadvertently seek out information that validates our current trajectory and ignore data that challenges it. We become susceptible to the sunk cost fallacy, doubling down on our existing efforts even when new information suggests a different path might be superior. Furthermore, the sheer mental exhaustion of sustained deep work can diminish our capacity for metacognition, the ability to think about our own thinking, to evaluate our strategies from a higher vantage point. Regular zoom-out sessions act as a circuit breaker, forcing a conscious shift from execution mode to evaluation mode, allowing the brain to engage different neural networks responsible for broader pattern recognition, strategic foresight, and self-reflection. This deliberate pause isn't a luxury, it's a strategic necessity to prevent costly missteps and to ensure your intensely focused efforts are still aligned with your overarching purpose and values. So, how do you practically implement these crucial zoom-out sessions? First, schedule them. Make them non-negotiable appointments in your calendar, monthly, quarterly, or at minimum, semi-annually. Treat them with the same reverence you would a major project deadline. Second, create a structure. This brings us to our third, and perhaps most challenging, strategy: practicing active, focused listening during all interpersonal interactions without thinking of work. This is the ultimate test of true presence. Consider Ben, a highly intelligent and driven manager known for his ability to quickly grasp complex problems. During team meetings, he would often nod, make eye contact, and appear engaged. However, his colleagues frequently felt frustrated. Before they could fully articulate a challenge, Ben would interject with a solution or redirect the conversation to his own agenda. During one critical client presentation, the client expressed a nuanced concern about integration complexity, using subtle phrasing and a cautious tone. Ben, already mentally constructing his next talking point, missed the undertone, dismissing the concern with a generic reassurance. This oversight led to a significant miscalculation in resource allocation and, ultimately, a costly delay in the project, because he hadn't truly heard the client's unspoken anxieties, only their stated words. His mind was always a step ahead, formulating, analyzing, and solving, rather than simply absorbing. The psychology behind truly focused listening is multifaceted. Our brains are incredibly active during conversations, not just processing incoming auditory information, but also simultaneously predicting, formulating responses, and often judging. When our minds are preoccupied with work-related thoughts, that email we need to send, the deadline looming, the problem we need to solve, our cognitive load is already high. This leaves less mental capacity to fully process the nuances of what someone else is saying, especially the nonverbal cues and emotional context that often carry more meaning than the words themselves. We engage in what psychologists call pseudo-listening, where we appear attentive but our internal monologue is dominating. This diminishes our ability to empathize, to take another's perspective, and to build genuine rapport. When people sense they are not truly heard, trust erodes, psychological safety diminishes, and valuable information is withheld. This doesn't just damage relationships, it leads to poorer decision-making because you are operating on incomplete or misinterpreted data. True active listening, free from the pull of your own agenda, is a profound act of respect and a powerful tool for gathering accurate information and fostering deeper connections. To cultivate this critical skill, begin by practicing what's called parking your thoughts. Before engaging in any important interaction, consciously acknowledge any work-related thoughts or personal concerns vying for your attention, and mentally set them aside, promising to return to them later. During the conversation, make a deliberate effort to focus on the speaker's entire message, their words, their tone, their body language. Resist the urge to interrupt, to offer advice, or to formulate your rebuttal. Instead, aim to understand. Use clarifying questions like, "Could you elaborate on that point?" or "What does that mean for you?" Paraphrase what you've heard to confirm your understanding. So, if I'm understanding correctly, you're concerned about X because of Y. This not only ensures accuracy but also signals to the speaker that you are truly listening. Practice genuine curiosity. Approach every conversation as an opportunity to learn, rather than an opportunity to speak. Mindfulness exercises, such as focusing on your breath or simply observing your surroundings, can also help train your brain to stay present and resist the urge to mentally drift. This isn't just a communication technique, it's a fundamental shift in your approach to human interaction, allowing you to see beyond your own concentrated vision and truly connect with the world around you. In summary, while Project Cyclops champions the immense power of hyperfocus, it also recognizes its inherent dangers. The capacity for intense concentration, if unchecked, can lead to dangerous blind spots, neglecting. Chapter 11, The Cyclops Mindset in Crisis. Welcome back, listeners, to Project Cyclops. We've explored the power of singular focus, the art of deep work, and the strategic importance of clarity in a world teeming with distractions. But what happens when that world doesn't just distract, but actively assaults your focus? What happens when the unexpected strikes, when emergencies erupt, when chaos descends, threatening to shatter your calm and scatter your every thought? This, my friends, is where the true resilience of the Cyclops mindset is forged and tested. In this chapter, Chapter 11, titled The Cyclops Mindset in Crisis, we are going to learn how to maintain singular focus and an unshakable calm when emergencies, chaos, or unexpected disasters strike. It's not about being impervious to stress. That would be an unrealistic expectation for any human. Instead, it's about cultivating a set of internal and external tools that allow you to navigate turbulent waters with a clear vision, refusing to be pulled into the whirlpool of panic-driven, multi-directional action. Have you ever felt that surge of adrenaline, that tightening in your chest, when a sudden crisis hits, causing your mind to race through 1,000 potential solutions, none of them feeling quite right? We've all been there. The Cyclops mindset offers a powerful antidote to that paralysis by analysis, that overwhelming sense of being pulled in too many directions at once. Let's dive into the practical pillars of cultivating this mindset. Our first crucial step is to create a standardized contingency plan for high-stress, unpredictable scenarios. Now, you might be thinking, how can I plan for the unpredictable? And that's a fair question. The essence isn't to predict the exact nature of every crisis, but to build a framework for how you will respond to any significant disruption. Think of a seasoned airline pilot. When a sudden engine failure occurs at 30,000 feet, they don't panic and try to invent a solution from scratch, nor do they start frantically flipping every switch in the cockpit. No, their training kicks in. They activate well-rehearsed emergency checklists and protocols. This standardized plan, practiced countless times in simulations, allows them to systematically address the issue, turning a potentially catastrophic situation into a managed incident. Similarly, consider a surgical team facing an unexpected complication during an operation, a sudden drop in blood pressure, for example. They don't debate what to do, they immediately follow established emergency procedures, each member knowing their precise role. This isn't about stifling creativity. It's about building a foundational response that prevents chaos from taking root. Psychologically, why does this matter so profoundly? In moments of high stress, our prefrontal cortex, the part of our brain responsible for executive function, rational thought, and complex decision-making, often gets partially hijacked by the amygdala, our primal fight or flight center. This evolutionary response, while critical for immediate physical threats, can impair our ability to think clearly and logically when facing complex modern problems. By having a preconceived plan, we offload that cognitive burden. We transform complex decision-making into a structured execution, relying on muscle memory rather than improvised thought. This not only reduces decision fatigue but also allows for faster, more accurate responses. It creates a powerful sense of control even when the situation itself feels entirely out of control. thereby lowering our overall anxiety and freeing up mental resources for unforeseen nuances within the crisis. So, how do we apply this? Practically, I encourage you to identify potential high-impact, low-probability scenarios in your professional or even your personal life. What would you do if your primary server crashed? What if a key team member suddenly left? What if a major client contract was unexpectedly terminated? What if there was a sudden health emergency in your family? For each scenario, outline a step-by-step response plan. What are the first 3 immediate actions you would take? Who needs to be informed, and in what order? What are the essential resources you would need to access? Document these plans clearly and concisely, perhaps in a digital file or even a physical binder that is easily accessible. Most importantly, regularly review and, if possible, simulate or walk through these plans. This isn't about creating more work, it's about building mental muscle memory, so when the storm hits, you instinctively know where to turn and what steps to take. Our second pillar focuses on the immediate, visceral experience of crisis. Use physical grounding techniques to avoid panic-induced multitasking when overwhelmed. When disaster strikes, or even when a seemingly minor but urgent problem lands on your desk, our bodies react. Our breath quickens, our heart races, muscles tense. In this state, the urge to do everything at once becomes almost irresistible. We frantically open multiple tabs, fire off a flurry of emails, make half-thought-out phone calls, all in an effort to regain control. This is panic multitasking, and it is the antithesis of the Cyclops mindset. It's inefficient, error-prone, and ultimately, deeply unhelpful. Consider a paramedic arriving at a chaotic accident scene. The air is filled with sirens, screams, and the flashing lights of emergency vehicles. Before rushing headlong into the fray, a skilled paramedic will often take a deliberate, deep breath, perhaps press their feet firmly onto the ground, or take a quick, calm mental scan of their surroundings. This brief, almost imperceptible pause isn't inaction, it's a vital moment of self-regulation that prevents them from being overwhelmed by the sensory input and allows them to prioritize effectively. Or imagine a CEO receiving devastating news about a product recall. Instead of immediately firing off furious emails, they might stand up, walk to a window, and take a few deliberate, measured breaths to regain their composure before deciding on the next strategic move. The psychological rationale here is compelling. Panic, as we discussed, often manifests physically. Shallow breathing, a racing heart, and muscle tension are all symptoms of an activated sympathetic nervous system, our fight-or-flight response. These physiological signals create a feedback loop, exacerbating the feeling of overwhelm and further impairing rational thought. Grounding techniques, whether controlled breathing or focused sensory input, are powerful circuit breakers. They interrupt this physiological stress loop, activating the parasympathetic nervous system, which is responsible for rest and digest. This intentional shift brings you back into your body, reducing the immediate physiological stress response and crucially, creating a small but significant mental space for focused thought. It allows you to pause, recalibrate, and regain your singular focus before acting. So, how can you practically apply these techniques? First, practice the 4-7-8 breathing technique. Inhale deeply through your nose for 4 counts, hold your breath for 7 counts, then slowly exhale completely through your mouth. It's about developing robust systems and mental models that allow us to navigate turbulent waters with clarity, purpose, and singular focus. It involves proactively planning for the unpredictable, using physiological self-regulation to maintain calm amidst chaos, and strategically triaging problems based on their true impact rather than their immediate volume. It's about training ourselves to act strategically when instinct screams for chaotic, unfocused action. By mastering these 3 pillars, you will transform moments of crisis from potential derailments into opportunities to demonstrate unwavering resolve and exceptional leadership. You will not only weather the storm but emerge stronger, with your mission intact and your focus sharper than ever. As we move forward, we'll see how this capacity for calm, focused action in crisis connects directly to building long-term resilience and fostering genuine innovation, allowing you to not just survive, but truly thrive in an unpredictable world. Join me in our next chapter as we explore Chapter 12, Sustaining the Gaze, Long-Term Habits for Deep Focus. Chapter 12, The Legacy of Focus. Welcome back to Project Cyclops. In this pivotal Chapter 12, titled The Legacy of Focus, we're going to transcend the daily grind and explore how translating your daily focus habits directly impacts your long-term life achievements, culminates in ultimate fulfillment, and ultimately, builds a lasting legacy. It's not merely about optimizing your immediate productivity anymore, it's about architecting a life of profound purpose and enduring impact. Consider this: every single focused effort, no matter how small it seems in isolation, is a brick laid in the foundation of your grandest aspirations. It's the compound effect of relentless, directed attention, accumulating not just tasks completed, but a life well lived, deliberately shaped by your most cherished visions. Ultimate fulfillment, in this context, isn't just fleeting happiness, it's that deep, resonant knowing that you are operating in perfect alignment with your values, bringing your unique potential to bear on challenges that matter to you. And a lasting legacy? That isn't solely about monuments or accolades. It's about the positive ripples you create, the inspiration you ignite in others, the problems you solve, and the wisdom you share that continues to flourish long after your immediate presence. Are you ready to discover how? Our first key point in building this legacy is to align your daily singular tasks directly with your overarching 5-year life vision. This is the bedrock of purposeful living. It's about ensuring that every moment of concentrated effort is not just efficient, but strategically impactful. Think of it this way: your 5-year vision is your North Star, and each daily focus is a single, deliberate step in its direction. Let me tell you about Sarah, a budding entrepreneur whose 5-year vision was to launch a sustainable energy tech company that would truly make a difference. Early on, she faced the overwhelming temptation of busy work, responding to every email, attending every networking event, getting lost in generic research. But by embracing Project Cyclops, she recalibrated. Every morning, before anything else, she'd ask herself, does this singular task move me closer to my 5-year goal of developing a viable prototype, securing seed funding, or recruiting a specific team member? Her daily focus shifted from generic tasks to 2 hours of focused coding on a crucial algorithm, or an intensive 30-minute session researching a niche patent. The emails could wait, the core mission could not. Psychologically, this alignment is incredibly powerful. It provides an immediate, tangible why for every effort, preventing the demoralizing feeling of simply spinning your wheels. It drastically reduces decision fatigue, because your 5-year vision acts as an unwavering filter for what deserves your precious focus. When your brain recognizes the direct link between a small, focused action and a massive, meaningful goal, it unleashes a potent cocktail of motivation and reward chemicals, transforming mundane tasks into meaningful progress markers. So, how can you apply this? Revisit your own 5-year vision today. Write it down in crystal clear detail. Then, each morning, before you even open your inbox, identify your one singular task. Before you begin, pause and ask aloud, how does this specific activity directly advance my 5-year vision? Keep that connection explicit and visible, perhaps on a sticky note right next to your workspace. Moving on, our second crucial step is to document your ongoing progress, your inevitable failures, and your invaluable lessons learned in a dedicated focus journal. This isn't just a diary, it's your personal laboratory of self-mastery. Consider Marcus, a seasoned financial analyst who initially scoffed at journaling. He tracked his project deliverables but never the process. Once he adopted a Project Cyclops focus journal, everything changed. He began noting not just what he worked on, but how he felt during focused sessions, what distractions arose, specific strategies he used to regain CONC. To put this into action, look around your professional or personal circles. Is there a colleague, a mentee, a friend, or even a family member who seems overwhelmed or struggles with focus? Gently offer to share some of the principles you've learned from Project Cyclops. Start with simple concepts, like defining a singular daily focus, and encourage them to ask questions and share their own experiences. Be a guide, a facilitator, and a supportive partner in their journey towards focused excellence. In essence, the legacy of focus isn't just about what you accomplish, it's about how you accomplish it and the positive ripple effect you create. By aligning your daily efforts with your grandest visions, by meticulously documenting your journey of improvement, and by generously sharing your wisdom with others, you are not merely living a productive life, You are crafting a life of profound purpose, ultimate fulfillment, and an enduring legacy that will resonate far beyond your immediate presence. As we conclude this chapter, reflect on the magnificent structure you are building, brick by focused brick. Are you ready to see how these individual building blocks can be scaled and adapted to even greater challenges? Join us in the next chapter as we delve into navigating the inevitable external demands that vie for your precious focus. 7-Day Action Plan: Awakening the Cyclops. Welcome back to Project Cyclops. You've absorbed the principles, understood the philosophy, and now, it's time to act. Chapter 15 isn't just another chapter, it's your launchpad, your personal instruction manual for awakening the Cyclops within you. This is where theory transforms into tangible results, where the intellectual understanding of single-minded focus becomes a lived reality. We are about to embark on a highly actionable, step-by-step 7-day plan designed to immediately integrate the core teachings of this audiobook into your daily routine. Think of it as a concentrated boot camp for your focus and productivity, a structured approach to declutter your world and hone your attention. Are you ready to not just learn, but to truly implement? Let's dive in. Day 1, and our mission is clear: audit and ruthlessly clear your physical workspace of all non-essential items. Imagine, if you will, a woman named Sarah, a brilliant graphic designer who felt constantly overwhelmed. Her desk was a chaotic graveyard of empty coffee mugs, tangled charging cables for devices she rarely used, stacks of old notebooks, and countless half-finished doodles. It wasn't just untidy, it was a constant visual assault, a nagging reminder of incomplete tasks and distracting clutter. One Monday, she dedicated 30 minutes to clearing it. She didn't just tidy, she purged. Every item not essential for her current primary task went into a drawer, a cabinet, or out of the room entirely. The psychological impact of this, dear listener, is profound. Our external environment directly mirrors and influences our internal state. A cluttered physical space creates visual noise, pulling your attention in myriad directions without you even realizing it. It reinforces a sense of being overwhelmed, of having too much on your plate. Conversely, a clean, minimalist workspace fosters mental spaciousness, a sense of calm and clarity that is absolutely essential for deep focus. It's about removing every subtle temptation, every tiny distraction that vies for your precious cognitive resources. Your practical application for today is simple: dedicate a focused 30 minutes. Look at your primary workspace, be it a desk, a kitchen table, or even a specific corner of a room. Remove everything that isn't absolutely critical for your current work. Aim for one monitor, one keyboard, one mouse, one notebook, one pen. Everything else, and I mean everything, gets put away, out of sight, out of mind. Be ruthless. Moving into day 2, we tackle the digital realm. Turn off all non-essential digital notifications across all devices. Consider Mark, a software engineer who lived enslaved by the incessant pings and vibrations of his smartphone and computer. Every email alert, every social media notification, every news headline pop-up was a siren call, pulling him away from his complex coding tasks. The moment he silenced these digital intrusions, a profound sense of calm descended upon him. He could finally think deeply, uninterrupted by the constant clamor for his attention. Why does this matter so deeply? Notifications are insidious. They provide tiny, addictive dopamine hits, creating a compulsive loop that fragments your attention into countless pieces. Each interruption isn't just a brief moment lost, it incurs a significant context-switching cost. This means it takes a considerable amount of time and mental energy to fully re-engage with your original task after being pulled away. By silencing these non-essential alerts, you are reclaiming your cognitive sovereignty, asserting control over your most valuable resource, your focus. Your action for today: dive into the settings of your phone, computer, and tablet. Disable badges, banners, and sounds for everything that isn't an absolute emergency or a critical, time-sensitive work communication. Start with social media apps, news aggregators, and non-essential email accounts. Commit to checking these only at predetermined, scheduled times. On day 3, the rubber truly meets the road. Identify, isolate, and between these intense blocks, allow yourself a brief 10 to 15 minute break to fully disengage and recharge. As we move into day 5, we address the information overload, implement a strict information diet, and ignore the news for 24 hours. Consider Clara, a project manager who, by her own admission, spent far too much mental energy consuming sensationalized news and endless feeds of current events. When she committed to a news-free day, she was genuinely surprised by the profound mental clarity she experienced. It was as if a heavy fog had lifted, revealing more mental space and energy to devote to her own priorities and creative problem-solving. Psychologically, constant news consumption, particularly the often negative and crisis-driven narratives, can create a pervasive sense of anxiety and helplessness. It drains your cognitive resources and emotional bandwidth, often without providing any genuinely actionable information. It's often junk food for the brain, occupying significant processing power without offering true nourishment. This practice liberates that precious mental space, allowing you to direct your focus internally rather than constantly reacting to external stimuli. Your assignment for today: for a full 24-hour period, consciously avoid all news sources. That means no television news, no news websites, no scrolling social media feeds for headlines, and no news radio. Inform your loved ones if necessary so they understand why you might be temporarily out of the loop. Observe what happens to your thoughts, your mood, and the sheer amount of mental capacity you reclaim. Notice the impulse to check, and consciously redirect that energy towards your own goals. On day 6, we streamline the mundane, batch all shallow administrative tasks into a single, Highly restricted 1-hour window. John, a budding entrepreneur, used to pepper his entire day with quick email replies, scheduling appointments, and minor paperwork. Each time he switched from a strategic task to an administrative one, he felt a jolt, a loss of momentum. By consolidating these shallow tasks into one concentrated hour, he freed up the vast majority of his day for creative, high-impact work, effectively eliminating the constant, draining context switching that had plagued him. The critical insight here, from a psychological perspective, is that switching repeatedly between deep, cognitively demanding tasks and shallow, administrative ones is incredibly inefficient. Every switch comes with a hidden cost, the time and mental effort it takes to reorient yourself to the new task. By batching, you create distinct operational modes, a deep work mode and a shallow work mode. This trains your brain to quickly adapt to the specific demands of the task at hand, minimizing the mental overhead of constantly shifting gears. Your practical step: identify all those small, non-critical tasks that typically interrupt your flow, responding to non-urgent emails, scheduling appointments, paying bills, light filing, returning non-critical calls. Schedule a specific 60-minute block for these, ideally later in the day when your capacity for deep, intense focus might naturally be waning. During this dedicated hour, power through them efficiently. Crucially, outside of this 1-hour window, these tasks are off limits. They can wait. Finally, we arrive at day 7, conduct a weekly review to celebrate wins and plan the schedule for the next 7 days. Lisa, a high-performing consultant, once approached her Mondays feeling perpetually unprepared and overwhelmed. Her shift came when her Sunday evening weekly review became a sacred ritual. During this time, she'd conscientiously acknowledge her achievements, large and small, learn from what hadn't gone according to plan, and then, with a clear mind, chart a precise course for the upcoming week. She started every Monday with purpose, rather than panic. Psychologically, this practice provides essential closure for the past week, preventing lingering tasks and anxieties from spilling over. Summary: the one-eyed view. Welcome back, attentive listener. This is Chapter 16, The One-Eyed View. We have embarked on an illuminating journey together, stripping away the veil of modern distractions to reveal the profound power of singular focus. This chapter serves not merely as a summary, but as a reaffirmation, a deep breath before you fully immerse yourself in the practice of what we've learned. It is a powerful, concise recap of the essential principles needed to achieve and sustain that laser-like focus, that one-eyed view, which is the very essence of Project Cyclops. Think of it as looking through a high-powered telescope, not with two eyes trying to merge disparate images, but with one eye, perfectly calibrated, seeing a single star with unparalleled clarity. This is the perspective we've cultivated, the ability to see one thing, truly see it, and commit to it without the blurring interference of other demands. It's about intentionality, about the deliberate act of choosing your focus, eliminating what doesn't serve it, and dedicating your complete mental and emotional resources to the task at hand. It is a fundamental shift from reacting to your environment to proactively shaping your experience of it. Throughout our exploration, we've unmasked the insidious nature of an addiction that masquerades as efficiency, the multitasking lifestyle. Have you ever felt that gnawing sense of overwhelm, the nagging feeling that you're constantly busy yet never truly productive? This is one of the fundamental dangers and hidden costs we've discussed, a pervasive illusion that promises more but delivers less, leaving in its wake a trail of unfinished tasks, diminished quality, and a profound sense of exhaustion. Consider the story of Sarah, a marketing director I once coached. Sarah was the epitome of the modern professional, always online, always responsive, juggling multiple client accounts, an overflowing inbox, a constant stream of Slack messages, and an endless to-do list that seemed to reproduce itself overnight. Her calendar was a mosaic of overlapping meetings, and her workday often stretched late into the evening. Sarah truly believed she was a master multitasker, priding herself on her ability to spin so many plates simultaneously. Yet, beneath this veneer of high-octane productivity, she was crumbling. Deadlines were occasionally missed, crucial details slipped through the cracks, and her team, observing her frantic pace, felt perpetually on edge. She found herself drafting an urgent client proposal one moment, only to be interrupted by a phone call about an entirely different project, then getting pulled into an email chain regarding a minor internal dispute. By the time she returned to the proposal, she'd lost her train of thought, and the creative flow that was so vital to her work had completely evaporated. The quality of her output, once a source of pride, was diminishing, and she was experiencing chronic stress, feeling perpetually behind, and losing the joy she once found in her dynamic profession. Psychologically, what was happening to Sarah, and indeed to countless others like her, is the devastating impact of attention residue. Each time we switch from one task to another, our brain doesn't instantly snap into full focus on the new task. A residual part of our attention, our cognitive resources, lingers on the previous task. It's like trying to listen intently to a single conversation while faint echoes of another conversation still buzz in the background. This constant context switching isn't just inefficient, it's mentally exhausting. It taxes our prefrontal cortex, the part of the brain responsible for executive functions like decision-making, planning, and problem-solving, leading to decision fatigue and reduced mental clarity. Our memory suffers because we're not allowing information to properly consolidate. Our creativity, which thrives on uninterrupted periods of deep thought, is stifled by the shallow, fragmented nature of multitasking. Moreover, the constant novelty of switching tasks can trigger small hits of dopamine, creating a subconscious addiction loop where our brains begin to crave the stimulation of constant interruption, mistaking frantic activity for genuine progress. The emotional toll is profound: elevated stress hormones, increased anxiety, feelings of inadequacy, and ultimately, burnout. We delude ourselves into believing we're productive, but the actual output, in terms of quality and meaningful accomplishment, often tells a different, more somber story. So, how do we begin to counteract this pervasive lifestyle? The practical application steps start with self-awareness. First, conduct an honest multitasking audit. For a few days, try to track your actual time spent on tasks versus your perceived time. You might be surprised to find how little uninterrupted time you dedicate to any single activity. Next, identify your personal multitasking triggers. Is it the incessant ping of notifications from your phone, the urge to check email every 5 minutes, the dozens of open browser tabs, or perhaps the habit of trying to listen to a podcast while drafting a report? Once identified, intentionally implement no multitasking zones or blocks of time. Start small, perhaps just 25 minutes of single tasking for an important project, completely free from distractions. Use a timer. When the urge to switch tasks arises, acknowledge it without judgment, and then gently redirect your attention back to your chosen focus. This isn't about perfection, it's about consistently choosing to engage with one thing at a time, gradually strengthening your attentional muscle. This leads us directly to our second crucial principle, the absolute importance of intentional environment design and strict daily prioritization. Remember, your environment isn't neutral, it's either a powerful ally or a formidable adversary in your quest for focus. Left to chance, it will almost certainly conspire against you. Think of Mark, a software engineer whose workspace was a microcosm of digital age chaos. His physical desk was buried under outdated manuals, coffee stains, and a tangle of charging cables. His computer desktop mirrored this disarray, cluttered with hundreds of icons, screenshots, and forgotten files. He'd often spend the first half hour of his workday just trying to find the right project folder, wading through a digital swamp before even beginning to write a line of code. He felt constantly overwhelmed, bombarded by visual noise, and his creative problem. She started with a modest goal, 15 minutes of focused writing, absolutely no distractions, using a simple kitchen timer. When the inevitable urge to check her phone arose, she didn't fight it or berate herself. Instead, she learned to observe the urge, acknowledge its presence, like noticing a cloud passing by, and then gently, but firmly, redirect her focus back to her manuscript. Slowly, painstakingly, those 15 minutes became 20, then 30, then an hour. She began to see her distractions not as failures, but as opportunities to practice her attentional control. Over several months, this consistent practice, this daily exercise of her attention muscle, led to the completion of her first draft. Her novel, once a distant dream, became a tangible reality, a powerful testament to her newfound ability to steer her own focus. Psychologically, Ilara's journey underscores the profound concept of neuroplasticity, the brain's incredible ability to rewire itself. Every time Illyria chose to redirect her attention, she was literally strengthening neural pathways associated with focus and weakening those associated with distraction. This isn't about innate willpower, it's about consistent training. This newfound control cultivates a powerful sense of self-efficacy, the belief in one's ability to succeed in specific situations or accomplish a task. When you realize you can consciously direct your attention, you reclaim your agency. You shift from feeling like a passive victim of external stimuli to an active agent in shaping your internal experience and, consequently, your external reality. This directly impacts your locus of control, moving it from external factors to your own internal capabilities. Mindfulness plays a crucial role here. It's the meta-awareness of our own attention, the ability to observe where our mind is wandering without judgment, allowing us to gently guide it back. The compounding effect of these small, consistent efforts is nothing short of miraculous. Each small victory in sustaining focus builds momentum, creating a virtuous cycle of increased self-confidence, enhanced productivity, and ultimately, a more fulfilling and intentional life. So, how do you harness this incredible power? Start with daily attention workouts. Just as Illyria did, choose a specific task and dedicate a short, fixed period of time to it, free from all distractions. Begin with 5 or 10 minutes if sustained focus feels difficult, and gradually extend it. During this time, actively observe where your attention is. When it drifts, which it will, notice the thought or sensation that pulled it away, and without judgment, gently bring it back to your task. This is the essence of mindfulness in action. Reflect on your successes, no matter how small. Did you manage to focus for 7 minutes straight? That's a win. Understand your distraction recovery plan. When you do get sidetracked, what's your immediate, practiced response to get back on track? Is it a deep breath, a quick mental reset, or closing the distracting tab? Most importantly, celebrate these small victories. Acknowledge your progress, for each moment of chosen focus is a step towards mastering your attention and, by extension, profoundly enriching your life. My dear listener, we've covered a vast landscape in Project Cyclops, moving from the detrimental effects of our always-on culture to the liberating power of singular focus. The one-eyed view is not a fleeting state, it is a choice, a skill, and indeed, a lifestyle. It is the conscious decision to reclaim your most precious resource, your attention, and to direct it with purpose and precision. You now possess the knowledge and the tools to liberate yourself from the tyranny of constant distraction, to build an environment that supports your deepest work, and to master the incredible power of your own mind. This journey is ongoing, a continuous practice, but you have laid a robust foundation. You are no longer at the mercy of every ping and notification. You are the architect of your focus, and therefore, call to action, join the Cyclops ranks. Welcome, esteemed listener, to Chapter 17 of Project Cyclops, Call to Action, Join the Cyclops ranks. As we stand at the precipice of this transformative journey, having navigated through the intricacies of building an unbreakable focus and forging a laser-sharp vision for your life, it's time to shift from the realm of passive absorption to one of dynamic engagement. This chapter isn't merely a conclusion, it's an invitation, a profound summons to actively step into the arena, to apply the potent strategies you've uncovered, and to boldly share the nascent seeds of your emerging transformation with the wider world. We have embarked together on an exhilarating expedition, dissecting the very essence of distraction, understanding its insidious nature, and then systematically constructing a formidable shield of focus. We've meticulously crafted your personalized Project Cyclops blueprint, outlining your core objective, identifying your crucial next steps, and establishing the rhythms and rituals that will propel you forward with relentless momentum. But here's a critical truth, one that bears repeating: knowledge, in isolation, is merely potential energy. It's the application of that knowledge, the deliberate act of putting principles into practice, that ignites real change. This book, this audio book, has been your guide, your mentor, your intellectual sparring partner. Now, it's time for you to become the architect of your own ongoing evolution, to not just listen to the wisdom, but to embody it, to live it, to breathe it. Consider this moment your formal induction into the growing ranks of Project Cyclops practitioners, a community united by a shared commitment to clarity, purpose, and unyielding execution. This isn't just about finishing a book, it's about initiating a new chapter in your life, one characterized by intentionality and profound impact. My purpose here extends beyond merely imparting information, it is to inspire action, to cultivate a mindset of proactive engagement, and to foster a sense of belonging among those who dare to reclaim their focus in an increasingly fractured world. By engaging further with me, by diligently applying the Project Cyclops plan, and by courageously sharing the story of your unfolding transformation, you are not only cementing your own progress but also contributing to a larger movement. You become a beacon, a living testament to the power of deliberate focus, inspiring others who are still navigating the treacherous currents of distraction. Doesn't that sound like a legacy worth building? Now, let's delve into the specific, actionable steps you can take to solidify your commitment, deepen your understanding, and become an integral part of the Project Cyclops ecosystem. Each of these steps is designed with your continued growth in mind, providing tangible pathways to transform intention into tangible results. Our first crucial call to action, and perhaps one of the simplest yet most impactful gestures you can make, is this: I earnestly ask you to leave an honest review on the audiobook platform where you acquired Project Cyclops. This might seem like a small request, perhaps even inconsequential to your personal journey, but allow me to illuminate its profound importance, both for you and for countless others. Let me share a brief anecdote to illustrate this point. Imagine a young woman named Clara. Clara was an aspiring entrepreneur, brimming with innovative ideas but perpetually overwhelmed by the sheer volume of information and endless demands on her attention. She found herself bouncing from one half-finished project to another, her laptop screen a chaotic tapestry of open tabs, her mind a maelstrom of unprioritized thoughts. One evening, after yet another frustrating day of feeling productive but achieving little, she decided to scroll through her audiobook app, desperately seeking something, anything, that might offer a lifeline. She was about to give up, having seen countless books on productivity that all sounded vaguely similar, when she stumbled upon a title that caught her eye, Project Cyclops. What made her pause? It wasn't the title alone, but a particularly glowing, yet deeply authentic, review from someone who described a similar struggle and how the book had provided them with a clear, actionable framework to regain control. This review wasn't just a rating, it was a mini-story of transformation, articulating exactly the problem Clara was facing and offering a glimpse of the solution she craved. Encouraged, she downloaded the book, and as she listened, she realized that the reviewer's experience mirrored her own path to clarity. That single, honest review was the catalyst that connected Clara to a resource that would fundamentally reshape her approach to work and life. Without it, the book might have remained undiscovered amidst the digital ocean. From a psychological perspective, why does leaving a review matter so much? It boils down to a fundamental human principle: social proof. In a world saturated with choices, we inherently trust the opinions and experiences of our peers more than direct marketing messages. When a prospective reader encounters Project Cyclops, they are naturally looking for reassurance that their valuable time and resources will be well spent. An honest review acts as a powerful endorsement, a credible testimonial from someone who has walked a similar path. It lowers the perceived risk of engaging with something new. Furthermore, for you, the listener, the act of articulating your experience, even if it's just a few sentences, serves to solidify your own understanding and appreciation of the book's value. When you convert your internal reflections into external words, you are essentially reinforcing the neural pathways associated with the insights you've gained. It's a form of active recall and personal validation. It also taps into the principle of reciprocity. You've gained immense value from these pages, and leaving a review is a simple, yet incredibly meaningful, way to give back to the community and to the author, enabling this message to reach more individuals who are yearning for focus. Moreover, in the intricate algorithms that govern these platforms, reviews are critical. They determine visibility, discoverability, and ultimately, whether a book finds its way into the hands or ears of those who need it most. By contributing your voice, you directly influence the spread of these vital principles. So, how exactly do you put this into practice? It's remarkably straightforward. After you finish listening to this chapter, take a moment, perhaps even right now if you're in a safe and suitable environment, to navigate back to the Project Cyclops page on your chosen audiobook platform. Locate the section dedicated to ratings and reviews. Many platforms will offer a simple star rating, followed by an option to write a few words. Don't feel pressured to compose an elaborate essay. A concise, heartfelt message is perfectly adequate. Consider touching upon what resonated most with you. Was it a specific technique, like the Cyclops focus block? Was it the overarching philosophy of one thing, done well? Did it shift your perspective on distraction? Perhaps you could share how you plan to implement the strategies, or even a small, initial victory you've experienced. For instance, you might write something like, "Project Cyclops completely changed how I approach my workday. The clear framework for identifying my one thing has been revolutionary." Highly recommend for anyone feeling overwhelmed by constant distractions. The key is authenticity. Your unique perspective, expressed in your own words, is precisely what will connect with future listeners and guide them toward their own path of clarity. Your review isn't just a comment, it's a guidepost for someone else's journey, an act of altruism that costs you very little but can mean the world to another. Our second powerful call to action directs you to a valuable. After entering your details, the PDF workbook and template files will be sent directly to your inbox or become immediately available for download. I strongly recommend downloading them to a location where you can easily access them. Consider printing out key sections of the workbook if you prefer the tactile experience of writing, or save it to your tablet for digital annotation. These resources include guided exercises to clarify your one thing, templates for daily and weekly planning, checklists for setting up your distraction-free environment, and reflection prompts to deepen your self-awareness. Commit to engaging with at least one exercise or template each day for the first week as you implement Project Cyclops. This consistent interaction will ingrain the principles into your daily routine, transforming them from abstract ideas into living, breathing practices. Our third, and perhaps most exciting, call to action invites you to step out of your personal silo and engage with the broader community. I enthusiastically encourage you to share your Day 1 progress on social media using the official Project Cyclops hashtag. This isn't about bragging or seeking validation, it's about accountability, community, and inspiring a ripple effect of positive change. Let me paint a vivid picture to illustrate the profound impact of this public declaration. Think of Sarah, a creative freelancer who had always struggled with procrastination. She devoured self-help books but rarely followed through. When she first encountered the concept of Project Cyclops, she felt an undeniable pull, a sense that this could finally be the framework she needed. But past failures gnawed at her confidence. Then, she heard the call to share her Day 1 progress. Hesitantly, she took a photo of her meticulously cleared desk, a single post-it note displaying her one thing for the day, and a freshly brewed cup of coffee. She posted it on Instagram with the hashtag Project Cyclops, adding a caption that read, "Day 1 of Project Cyclops." Clearing the clutter, literally and figuratively, to focus on my main deliverable today, the client proposal. Wish me luck. To her surprise, within hours, likes and encouraging comments started rolling in. A fellow freelancer, who she barely knew, commented, "Awesome. I'm starting tomorrow. Let's keep each other accountable." Others chimed in with their own day one intentions. That initial surge of social support, the feeling of not being alone in her endeavor, and the gentle pressure of public accountability, propelled Sarah through that first crucial day, and then the next, and the next. The act of sharing transformed her individual journey into a shared adventure, fueled by collective encouragement. From a psychological perspective, the act of publicly sharing your day one progress is incredibly potent for several reasons. Firstly, and perhaps most powerfully, it leverages the principle of public accountability. When we declare our intentions to others, especially within a community of like-minded individuals, our commitment to follow through skyrockets. We are wired to maintain consistency between our words and our actions, particularly when those words are shared publicly. The fear of appearing inconsistent or failing in front of our peers becomes a powerful, positive motivator. Secondly, it taps into our innate need for social connection and support. Embarking on a new personal development journey can feel isolating. By sharing on social media, you instantly connect with others who are either on the same path, have walked it before, or are simply rooting for your success. This sense of belonging, of being part of something larger than yourself, provides invaluable emotional fuel and reinforces positive behavior. Thirdly, it creates an opportunity for positive reinforcement. Every like, every encouraging comment, every shared success story, triggers a release of dopamine in your brain, linking the act of engaging with Project Cyclops to pleasurable feelings. This positive feedback loop makes you more likely to R. Thank you for listening to this audiobook. If you found value, meaning, or inspiration in this journey, please remember to like the video, subscribe to the channel, and turn on notifications so you won't miss the next chapter. Your support helps us bring more timeless classics to life. See you in the next reading.